Barf!
Poggers.
Hey guys. I'm normal, I swear. I just really like Wham. Hello, Jokey Tundra for the sub. Hey guys. I miss you. I missed you so much. Also, thank you so much, Kat the Mushroom Queen. Thank you so much, Kelly the Beloved, for the tier 1 subs as well. Can we get some hype? We've missed some subs. I've been gone for so long, chat. I've been gone for like 2.5 weeks at most, at least. Glad you're back. Everyone, if you have Twitter, you should definitely go tweet that Snifferish is back after being sick or something like that. I'm just saying. Thank you so much, Elizabeth, for the 20 months. We miss you. Stop. I'm blushing. Except you can't see under my layers of foundation. Anyways, hi guys. MCC is in like an hour and 20, but I wanted to go live and just have a little bit of a catch up. So, you know, I'm dying. I've been dying. I don't know what's wrong with me. There's this little thing going around right now called RSV or whatever it is. It's like respiratory sinusitis virus or whatever, and it's bad. I've got my dainty little cloth here. This is my dainty little cloth. My little, yeah. So, yeah, this is, it's bad. It's like having ammonia or whatever the fuck it is. It's, yeah, you're sick too, twinsies. I've been sick for almost 2 weeks now. I've taken a Dayquil, and I've done everything that I can. I don't know what's wrong. Chat, the issues, thank you so much, Chloe, for the tier 1. The issue is, chat, I'm too much of a little to go to the doctor. Imagine having no immune system. I do have no immune system, fun fact. I am a little bit immune compromised due to some stomach acid issues and stuff, so. Slamma Jamma, thank you so much, Sean. My ad was in Spanish and I don't know why. Well, maybe, wouldn't it be so cool if I could speak Spanish? I would do Spanish streams. If I could speak another language, I would totally do like streams in other languages all the time. But the only other language I know is literally Latin. You think I'm gonna sit here and be like, I can't even. Nobody speaks Latin. So who would I do that for? Nobody. Me, I guess. Welcome back. Thank you, Steph. How are you today? I'm a little stuffed. Duolingo stream? I'd love to learn another language, but for some reason, like learning languages is the hardest thing for me. I can't even learn English half the time. You guys know how I am when you've seen my typos, you've seen my tweets. You know how bad it is.
20 months. Also, Spanish is the best region, letter M, region, letter X.
See, the thing is, I feel like it'd be really easy to learn Spanish now that I know Latin. Yeah, I took French for like 3 years and then Latin for 4, so I took like a little bit of Spanish when I was younger. But I don't know, I feel like it'd be easy to learn now that I know quite a bit of Latin. Also, oh my god, this is not Wham! I love you, but I want Christmas music. Oh my god, should we listen to Glee? The Christmas music. I'm crying. Wait. Sorry, this is becoming a tweet. I can't help it, chat. This is so funny. Not the Glee Christmas music. I feel like everyone who watched Glee needs like financial compensation. Like actually. I know I do. That's for sure. Yeah, whatever. Boost your account. No, thank you, Elon Musk. How to ruin your MCC before it's even started. Glee is Glee is a choice of a show. That's for sure. Oh my gosh. Also, chat, I cannot tell you how much I've missed you. It's been crazy. So as you guys know, I went to Florida. Will Schuster, you're singing too loudly in my ear, thank you. As you guys know, I went to Florida. Yo, thank you so much, Oppo, for the raid. Hi, Oppo Raiders. Wait, here, let me turn up my... I'm like trying to do stuff right now. Also, I think I just literally muted my Spotify. We're definitely not listening to the Glee Christmas music album. Anyways, hi Raiders, welcome. It is me, Snifferish, and I'm dying. I have been sick for like 2 weeks, but I'm back. I miss you guys. You would never, I would never. But right now, I'm telling the story is I recently went to Florida, which was interesting because it's Florida. And if you've been following me on Twitter, you'll know this for sure, but my Switch was stolen. And you're probably like, Steph, what do you mean? Like, was it just like taken? Did someone take it from you? No, I left it on a plane, and it's like, I was like, okay, it's gonna go lost and found, right? No, an employee 100% took it, because here's the thing is, between plane rides, they're supposed to do checks. They're supposed to check all the pockets and stuff like that for trash and everything like that. So either they didn't check the pockets correctly, or an employee just literally fucking took it. So, rip my Switch. We miss her the most. Thank you so much, Toten, for the tier 1. I appreciate you. So yeah, that was my sad little moment there. My Nintendo Switch will miss her very much. She was green. She was green, chat. She was matcha green, and someone took her. I'll never forgive them. Anyways, I'm gonna drink my coffee. Also, again, I'm sorry. I can't... Here we go. Some actual Christmas music. I just can't call the police. Yeah, maybe. She was very pretty. She was a very pretty Switch. I have a Switch OLED now. Can't you track Switches? Okay, so here's what happened. I called Nintendo, right? And I was like, here's my Switch's serial number. Thank you so much, Jippy, for the 60 months. I was like, here's my Switch's serial number. Here's the last time I connected to the internet. Here's where it is now. And they're like, yeah, we actually can't legally tell you where it is. I was like, that's fine. I didn't care, you know, honestly, it's not like it's like my baby. It's not like I've had it forever. Also, thank you so much to Dyslexic Cheese for the 10 months. I think my issue with it here, chat, is it's not just like a random Switch that I like bought with my streamer money. It was like a birthday gift from my mom right before the pandemic, and it was like really hard. They were really hard to get at the time because everyone was like trying to get them for Animal Crossing, and my mom got me one, and I was like crying, and like I was like, oh my god, mom, thank you. Thank you so much for the 7 months, Blurry. And so like I was just like, man. And then Charlie, my partner, customized it for me. So, I don't know. I might be getting, like, more customization stuff for Christmas. Like, Charles might take it apart and, like, do some stuff. But, yeah. And they're back. I am back. I miss you guys. Also, how are we liking the makeup today? I just kind of did some random shit. Thank you so much, Kate the Mushroom Queen, for the 5 gifted. Oh my god. I keep clapping my hands. It's just, like, yeah. I don't know why, but I've been clapping my hands so much recently. And also, I've been noticing in movies when other characters, like, I don't know why. I just, like, okay, chat, do you ever, like, watch movies or something like that? And you're like,
AO 21 months. Let's
yo, thank you so much.
I'm so sorry about your Switch. Also, her makeup is so pretty.
I was gonna say, though, chat, do you ever, like, notice when, like, characters in, like, movies or TV shows, like, skim, like, with excitement? I don't know why. I just like always look for it. Like just like I was just watching this Christmas movie, and like one of the the main characters like did like this, and I was like, also I watch Wednesday. Who here has watched Wednesday? Who here in chat has watched Wednesday? I won't give any spoilers, of course. At least something that you guys don't already know from online, because Wednesday is arguably one of my new favorite ND coded characters. Here, yes, I love it. I loved it, sort of. Haven't yet? Okay, this is like my one like criticism without spoiler. And that's that I just think that the show is very obviously written by men. And it's very heterosexual centric. I think that all of the male entrants suck. I didn't even remember I didn't even remember their names by the end of the show. So that's my only criticism. Like, it was actually so funny. We were on the last episode and Charlie was like, I hope she doesn't end up with whoever his name is. And I was like, what? Which one? And he's like, I don't even remember his name. I was like, that's just how it is. Like, that's how that show is. You just don't even remember their names because they're so boring. Oh my god. That's my, here's the thing, chat. Goddamn, over 2 years.
Goddamn, over 2 years.
Don't make me cry. I'll whip out my tiny little dainty knitted napkin again and start crying. Even though I haven't, this is mostly for blowing my nose. I should probably get like actual tissues, chat. I don't know why I'm so congested this morning. I was literally fine yesterday. I'm hoping that it will get better throughout the day. We'll find out. They carry the entire show. Thing is so me. I really just wish I was a little hand. So I'm so sick. I'm sorry. Oh, chat. You want to know something silly? Okay, so I've been sick for like, 10 days now? 11 days? This MF, Will, Luke Stealth in chat. I get on a call with him yesterday because we're buddies, we play a league, right? And they go, you got me sick. I'm like, excuse me? What do you mean I got you sick? We haven't seen each other. I've been home, like, basically quarantining myself. And they're like, yeah, but like, you coughed on the same call as me and you got me sick. Like, I was like, yeah, it's definitely not like, like you literally get, no, I didn't get you sick. Anyways, that's just me loving my friends, even though I did not get them sick. Yeah, I infected you through the Discord call. That's actually how it works, chat. Careful. Gotta watch out when you have COVID now, I guess. Also, what is this Glee music? I'm judging the Glee music pretty hard right now. I'm not gonna lie. I want to see what people are saying about that tweet. If it would load. I don't think it's gonna load. It never does. It never does. Okay, wait. Twitter like hasn't been working for me recently, but that's just because it's literally dying. So please, I'll do whatever I want, chat. Okay. Thank you so much for the 20 months, Miraberries. I appreciate it greatly. The banging music choice, thank you. I didn't know if like we should like, I'm probably gonna play like Christmas jazz during MCC, just because Christmas jazz kind of slaps. Yeah. Also, I need to like actually drink my coffee. I keep holding my coffee cup and then like waving it around and then not drinking it. I'm so glad I haven't caught anything yet, but I'm probably going to get it next week because I always get sick after camping. Chat, I got mine from Bill. I'm like 100% certain that I got the sickness from Bill when I went to Florida. I like just know it in my brain because here's the thing, chat. Here's the thing. I was in Florida with all of those guys, and we're like in like day 6 or something like that. And Bill's like, my throat hurts. I think I lost my voice. And I was like, oh no, Bill, that sucks. Ah. And then a few days later, as we're getting ready to leave, Charles got the same thing. They're like, my throat hurts. It really hurts. And I'm like, yeah, you got a little bit of a fever here. So then we go home, right? Charlie and I go home from Florida. And then Charles is going to go see their parents. So I'm home alone. Charles is like away and I'm home alone for a week. And all of a sudden my throat starts hurting. And at first it was just a little bit of a throat hurt. I was like, okay, you know what? Maybe it's like I got a little bit of strep. Maybe I got something like that. It's fine. It'll be gone in like a few days. Literally 5 days later, the throat stuff turns to congestion, turns into sinusitis, turns into everything your mom could expect. And it hasn't gone away since. So I'm blaming Bill. I'm fully blaming Bill. Yeah. People with normal immune systems be like, oh, my throat hurt. It's just nothing. And then unleash the worst disease known to man. I'm pretty sure Bill is technically immune compromised too, though, because of his... Oh my gosh. You know what? I can't even, I love Bill so much though. And it's partially my fault for giving him so many hugs and stuff like that. So we also just had a rockin' time. I'll tell you guys, we did go to Disney. We filmed there. That was like the main thing, was that we were there the entire time for filming. And it was very fun, obviously. I mean, I'm never going to complain about going to Disney. I will say, though, that we filmed so much, and I was so exhausted by the end of every day. Like, oh gosh, also miscommunications suck, chat. Miscommunications are like my biggest pet peeve, maybe because I'm like that person where like I need to know my entire schedule of the day, because that like if I don't manage like when I'm eating and like when I'm doing certain things, I like start to melt down a little bit. But it's fine. Like I said, Disney was super fun. The new Guardians of the Galaxy ride is crazy. Like, first of all, I love roller coasters, but I also simultaneously hate them. I don't know. There's like certain things that I don't like about certain roller coasters. So like, for example, if the track is above you and like you're hanging down, I don't know why, but I hate those roller coasters. Like, I was like, ugh. But the Guardians of the Galaxy ride. Thank you so much. Who is this for the 2 years? The Guardians of the Galaxy ride is like you're in 2 carts. It's like a normal track card ride. Also, weirdly enough, I was in the same cart as like Kobe. Wait. Wait. You guys want to know something crazy? You guys, so Kobe, or maybe it's his ex-wife. I don't know. Vanessa Bryant. What? She was for some reason behind us. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, what was this? Like, it was just so weird. We were just in a car. It was a bunch of Minecraft YouTubers, and then that's his widow? Oh, that's right. Shit. So sorry, I forgot that. I forgot. I'm stupid. Sorry, chat. Sometimes I just don't like to process that people pass away. Yeah, Vanessa Bryant was like in the car behind us, and that was just a thing. It was kind of crazy. She was just there with, I think she was with one of her her girlfriendies, like, and they were just in Disney World, but because we were like in a large group, we went to like this one different area and they had her there too. So she was like, I heard she's so sweet. She was tiny. She was so tiny. She was like, I didn't say anything to her. I didn't even know it was her actually until after I got off. And one of my managers was like, do you know who that was? And it was like, Charlie and I were like, what do you mean? Like, who, like, because I'm not very good at remembering faces. I'm actually better at names and faces, honestly. Names and voices. Names and voices are like my thing. But when it comes to faces, I'm like, shit. Like, like what's that one guy from Jurassic Park? You guys are gonna hate me for this, not knowing his name off the bat. Jeff Goldblum. I can recognize that guy's face, like that guy's voice from anywhere and match it to like his name. But like when it comes to his face individually, I'm like, who is that? I don't know who that is. Yeah. Anyways, that was my very silly Disney trip. The new ride, like I said, was very cool though. One thing that I liked is that the carts rotated with the track, which made it very smooth, which is very helpful if you have like motion sickness or anything like that. The only thing is Disney really needs to implement some flash warnings. Holy shit, guys. So, I don't know if you guys know this, but why are we just listening to, you know what, go off. So, I don't know if you guys know this, but I am like slightly prone to seizures just because of my medication. And there were several rides where like they use the element of flash to cause confusion, like during a transition or something like that. And I wasn't given a heads up. So we're on like the Guardians of the Galaxy ride. They start using flash as a like moment to, you know, it confuses you so they can do a transition, makes it feel cooler. And I'm there like, oh, like, and I wanted to, one of our like guide ladies, I was like, hey, just so you know, I like can't look at excessive flash, otherwise I may have a seizure. Yeah, that was What do you remember? What do I remember? I remember nothing. I'm also weirdly good at remembering people's birthdays. Like, I've known my best friend's dad's birthday for the longest time. I don't even know why. Like, I'm just like I just know her dad's birthday of all things. So I know faces but never names. Oh gosh, it's so hard sometimes. I had a dream last night that like someone I knew, like their name was actually just fake. Okay, this is gonna this isn't his last name at all, but for some reason one time I thought that Slimesicle's last name was Miller. It's not, but I just thought that it was. I don't know why. My brain makes things up sometimes when I can't remember names, just fills in the gaps. Why is this not playing Deck the Roof? Okay, I was at a cough chat. Does he have a last name? Yeah, it's Slimesicle. I know. I would know. Yeah. I can never remember birthdays. Nobody ever remembers my birthday, chat. Even though you could literally Google it. That's the funny thing about it. Dude, literally, my friends, they're like, Cassie, I can never remember your birthday. I'm like, guys, we're at this point in my life where you could literally Google it. Like, what is Snifferish's birthday? What is Snifferish birthday? Born February 6th. I'm just saying. Is your birthday in November? No, it's not. It would be kind of quirky if it was. You look like you'd be born in November or February. Yeah, I'm an Aquarius. I don't know what that means. I don't know nothing about TBH. I assume that was a fake birthday. A lot of people get fake birthdays. I don't. But I think that's because my birthday was leaked on my not own accord. Yeah. I don't remember how my birthday got leaked, but I think my mom just straight up was like, yeah, this is, well, also I think I had online friends for a very long time that knew my birthday, and I was in the Minecraft community long before I was a content creator, as like a builder, so I think it was just kind of like, why would I lie about my birthday? I should totally start lying about my birthday though. I could be born on some like crazy day. What would be a crazy day to be born on? I really don't know. I really don't know. But yeah, I mean, I don't really seem to no reason to lie about my birthday. Plus, I like my birthday. The only thing that's hard is it makes it hard to celebrate my birthday, because on my actual birthday, I like want to go out, but I also want to stream. And I'll never forget, this previous year, 2022, when I tried to stream for my birthday, my internet went out. It was the one time my internet has ever gone out in this house for like long, the 30th of February. I just started telling people that my birthday is the 30th of February. That's so fucking funny. I'm gonna start doing that unironically. I'm gonna say, it's the 30th of February. That's so fucking funny. Oh my gosh. My birthday's on the same day as Queen Elizabeth's death. Work! Today totally exists. Yeah. Sorry, I just can't get over that. That's so funny. Gaslight. I would do a bit of gaslighting. Also, oh wait, chat. Okay, so I don't have like a costume for MCC. So I very last minute found some ribbon. So I'm on pink presents, which is like, I don't know. See, I was thinking about like wrapping myself in wrapping paper, but unfortunately I'm one of those environmentally conscious girlies that just wraps all their presents in like brown, like recyclable paper. But we're gonna try this. I don't know how to, like, how do you tie like a Christmas bow? What, chat? I'm trying so hard right now. Should have done that. I know, I'm just saying. I'm a pink present, so here's my little Christmas bow. I tried to look for like an actual Christmas bow. I even considered like running out of town today to get one. But then I was like, I'm still sick and I don't want to infect people. Bunny bow? Okay, I'm trying. This is really hard. Oh, I did it. Am I a little present, guys? Do I look like a little present? I look so sad. I could do more. I could just fill my entire headphones with these bows and ribbons. That'd be a little silly goofy. Okay, wait. Good thing I'm just a cosplayer and just have ribbons everywhere. That's my one good quality. Tie it to your hoodie strings. My hoodie strings already have like pretty, like decent. Okay, wait, actually this is kind of sick. I didn't know that I could pull it all the way down here. Sift, it looks so cute. Thank you. I'm a pink present. Get it? Like the MCC team. Also, I feel so bad because I wanted to practice so much for this MCC and then just literally couldn't because I was dying. Why did the bows look like that? Okay, wait. I'm just trying to make it like even. I look so silly. Wait, I feel like I should just do the two on the side instead of the one on top. I don't know though. What do you guys think? I'm just wrapping myself like a little present. It's fine. Guys, if you woke up one morning and there was a Minecraft streamer under your Christmas tree, what would you do? Personally, I would bomb it, but that's just me. Okay. If you cut down the tails, it will look less silly, but I kind of like the tails. I think the tails are fun. Can I get a happy birthday? No. I'm sorry. Happy birthday, gaming person. Think two on the side. Okay, wait. Imagine you join the stream just to this. Look, guys, I'm pretending that I'm dressed for MCC properly. This is so hard. I never cut ribbons because you never know what you need them for next. Exactly. Why is this so hard? Nobody told me that tying ribbons was like a full-time job. It's because I can't see them. That's the thing. You expect me to have hand... Okay, wait. Take the headphones off? No! I want this to be overly complicated for no reason. Don't you understand? Also, I'm curious, who from the Glee class is singing this? Hey, chat. How's it going? Just a normal day. Just a normal Snifferish stream. You know how it is. So wait, you guys think I should cut them or you think I should leave them long? What do you think? Because I could cut them or I could leave them long. Or like here's them without the top and then here's like without the side. How do you tie your shoelaces? The long? Should I get rid of the top one? I feel like the top one looks silly now. I can't decide. Leave them long. No, the top one is cute. Leave them.
Sniff,
okay.
I missed your stream so much. I hope you're
Thank
doing
you.
good lesson 3.
I am doing good. Leave them. Okay, now am I a silly pink present? Wait, here, chat. I got this. Wait. This looks horrible because these aren't really designed for that, but long, it makes you look stupid. Hard. Oh my god. Okay. So what I'm hearing is that chat just literally wants me to look stupid. There we... I look like a little lad. See, if I was smart, I would have like braided my hair and like braided the things into my hair, but I didn't. So, I don't know, I feel like the top one looks a little dumb. Yeah, I'm just gonna take it. I'm gonna try taking that. See, I feel like actually this is the way to go. I'm sorry, chat. I'm taking the top one off. Here, I'll put it on my mic. This is literally just me. Me when I have no MCC costume, so I just take my ribbons. Wait. And then I'll just... There you go. There we go, chat. I think this looks rather nice. But here, there's not some Toby's on my account? Shit. Are you serious? Toby, wait. Toby. Is he still in Florida? Toby.
Some people.
Oh my god!
How am I Sniff? How am I logged in as Snifferish? I am Dubbo, not Sniff. Why?
Spamming asshole in his chat.
Admins.
13 months. Good luck, Tubbo.
Why am I Snifferish? I'm gonna go sniff people.
I have a stuffy notes. That's offensive.
This is epic. Hey, Sniff. It looks like you'll be playing as me today at MCC, and I'll be playing as you.
Big Daddy. Why is he not showing up?
What the fuck?
It looks like we're swapping.
Don't know.
How about we don't
we're
swap?
Swapping accounts today, Snifferish.
I called him.
Because Sniff used your PC last? No, that's not true. I literally played Minecraft the other day. I'm Snifferish these days. I'm sniffing these days. I love the sniffer. And also other things. Like others. Like gaming. I'm Snifferish. Snifferish.
He can't even name my interests. He can't even name my interests. He does not deserve my account.
Sniff.
Snifferish, why could I dance as Snifferish in the MCC lobby?
He's on Lunar.
This is epic. I'm bouncing and I'm dancing.
I'm gonna tell him.
Snifferish, please, your account has been compromised. Compromised by me. Please reset your username and password.
Oh my god. Although I am kind of throwing it back on Toby's stream right now. I can't even be mad.
Your account has been compromised.
Hello?
Hi, Snifferish. So it looks like I'm going to be filling in for you this MCC event.
You're already filling in for someone else?
I'm playing on 2 accounts at once. One on the laptop, one on the PC. You know how it goes.
Are you on Lunar?
Yeah, I'm dancing as
that's why I'm logged in. I was logged in on Lunar client.
But my computer didn't have Luna installed on it until I installed it earlier.
Are you sure? Because I'm...
Yes!
I literally...
Snifferish, your account has been compromised by me. I hacked in. I used your session ID to hack in.
Why am I kind of throwing it back, though?
Why are you kind of throwing it back right now, Snifferish?
Why am I kind of grooving a little bit?
Oh my god, you're grooving right now. What the hell?
Shit, oh my god.
When did you start grooving like this? Who allowed you to groove like this?
Also, I'm just in
What is going on right now?
I'm just in a Sailor Moon costume, or like... I'm gonna have to ask you very kindly to log out.
I think, actually, I'm going to not.
Why?
If that's okay with you, that is.
But I kind of need it, though.
Yeah, but I think honestly this is a powerful weapon. I could just log in as you halfway through a game.
Please don't do that.
But I could, and I would win. I'd win for you, Snifferish.
I don't want to reset my credentials.
I'd win for you, Snifferish.
I don't. My password's literally in Russian. I don't want to reset that. It takes so long.
Why is your password in Russian, Snifferish?
Don't worry about it.
Why? You think that will make your password more secure? No,
yes.
No. It literally doesn't.
No, it's a name.
Whose name? Who do you know in Russian?
I don't.
Now I know your password.
What?
I know your password now.
Yeah, so actually my password is Tubbo is an asshole.
Yeah, and that's why I'm keeping your account.
Oh no.
How did insulting me work for you, Snifferish? I have control right now. Try log into the server. You can't. I'm just here busting it down.
Well, okay, I'm
doing
my
Fortnite
skin.
dances.
Yeah, well, thanks for reminding me that I have to change my skin. That was nice.
It's all right.
It was very kind of you, actually.
I'm doing Fortnite dances in Russian as Snifferish. Oh my god, it's Becky I'm on!
Oh wait, so if you're playing as me, you need to flirt with Becky. Just if you're gonna really be Snifferish. No, I see what you're doing. No, do not bypass the filters. Do not bypass the filters. I need to. Oh my! You're gonna get me banned. You're gonna get me banned from MCC. Oh,
I just got muted. Hey, Sniff. So it turns out you're actually muted on the MCC server. It's a... Hi.
You did not. You did not. Toby is on my account.
No, I'm not. I'm not even on the. You're not even on the server right now. I'm not even on the server right now. I'm not. Like, I don't even have the cloud open. I don't know what you're on about.
Oh my god.
I'm not even logged in as you, bro. You're overreacting. You're overreacting.
I don't even have the energy to react in the first
You're
place.
Overreacting. You're overreacting. You're overreacting. I mean,
I don't even think I have the energy to say anything. I don't.
You're overreacting. You're overreacting.
I don't think you're not really being a pink present right now, and I don't appreciate that.
I'm pink and I'm present. I'm a present. I'm a gift. I'm a gift to all. I'm a gift to all.
Dude, you're like the gift that the naughty children get. I'm just saying.
Hell yeah, I am. I'm a gift for the chatters. For the chatters. The chatters aren't naughty though. They're kings. Get off Sniff's account. Scott, I'm not even on Sniff's account.
What? You
Sniff
literally
lying. Sniff is literally lying. Sniff is a compromised account.
I haven't even loaded up Minecraft, and you were on my account.
Sniff already DM'd me about it? No, it didn't happen.
I would never tell on you, Toby.
It just didn't happen, though. You think it happened because Sniffers lied and manipulated you, Scott's Major. And I am honest, and I responded to your text honestly this morning, and I did everything you could have ever asked. And this Snifferish is trouble. I'm telling you. They're causing trouble for us in this perfect MCC that you've worked your ass off to make perfect for us.
Look, man, when you dragged Becky into it, you fucked up when you dragged Becky into it, okay? Becky didn't deserve that.
Becky Imon's based.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why you don't say fuck you to Becky Imon.
I literally didn't even say that. You said that. It came from your account, your IP address. Come on, admins. I know you can see what IP address that came from in the console. Just throwing it out there. It didn't come from Florida.
What?
That's for sure.
It's definitely not the Misfits offices.
It's not though. It's
Why are you still in Florida,
IP.
by the way?
Hey man, I'm busy. I do busy things.
Oh, I still have my. Wait, I have my Rats SMP pack on. This is bad news. Am I still muted? Wait, I'm logging. Am I still muted?
You're still muted, right, King? You're muted, right, King?
No,
King? You're a muted King, right?
No, I'm
right?
not. I'm not.
Right?
I'm on. We're golden boys.
No. You're a muted King. Don't make me log in. I will.
Ooh. Oh wait, no. You were been muted now, apparently.
No! Snifferish, you have wronged me for the last time. I'm gonna get on I'm booking a flight to your house right now, and I'm gonna punch your oak wooden door. Oh my god, I do want to go skiing. Can we go skiing?
Yeah. Also, my door is steel. I don't know if you want to punch that.
Why do you have a steel door? What are you in, like
cold.
some kind of like drug safe house?
No, it's just cold. So the front doors get made of steel.
I thought does steel not expand more than wood?
I don't know. Wait. What? It might be fiberglass. What are...
That's like a Titanic moment.
No, it's a steel... It's a polyurethane core with a steel skin over top. I know, because it's magnetic. That's how I hang up my reef.
That's epic.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Oh, my God. I can swap so quickly between your account and my account.
Please, please don't.
Oh, I can't connect as you because you're currently online. That's no fun.
Thank you. Looks like I can never log off. The second I log off, I'm done for.
No, you can't. The second you log off, you are done. You are done.
The second I log off, I'm gone for.
Hey, guys.
You'll never see me again. No, yes.
Hey.
Can you even say anything?
No.
Exactly.
I lost my talking points.
That's what I thought.
Wow, congrats, Sniff. You've successfully manipulated Scott's Major. It's fine. It's fine. I bet you feel real big right now.
I actually do. I feel magnificent.
Successfully manipulated Scott's Major into muting an innocent
Toby,
player.
And you're sitting in it.
Nope. You successfully manipulated Scott's Major into muting an innocent player.
I'm gaslight gatekeeper, boss. Oh wait, he'll said I'll unmute you if you promise not to do.
Yeah. Like you just said, gaslight. You've gaslit Scott's Major.
I'll gaslight you into not doing any impersonations so that you can actually talk.
Just tell him to unmute me. I would never misbehave on my own account. I have too much respect.
Okay, he would never misbehave on it.
Hi.
Okay, I'm vouching for you. I got you.
This is why you are scum! You are scum! This is why you are absolute scum! Snifferish, don't make me log into other Minecraft servers as you. I'll do it. I'll do it. What? I'll do it.
Look,
I'm back.
Truce, Toby, truce.
Truce if you don't kill me in any of the games.
I will.
And also if you dance.
I'm not even skilled enough to kill you in anything. I don't have Lunar Client on. I can't.
You literally do. I can see you have it on.
No, that's because I have a partner with Lunar Client. That's why I have that thing.
Oh.
Should I get on Lunar Client so I can throw it back?
Yeah, throw it. Snifferish, throw it.
I'm not getting off this. I'm not getting off the server right now.
Damn, you saw through my ruse.
I know what you're doing. I'm too sick to deal with this shit. And by this shit, I mean you.
Oh, what? So you just called me shit like that to my face?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
You're nice.
I really...
No, Toby, don't worry.
No.
You're a nice piece of shit. You're like not dehydrated and chunky. Sorry. I need to start filtering my mouth.
Sniff, are you feeling okay?
No, I think I have a fever.
Did you hear what? Like honestly, are you alright? Did you hear what you just said?
Yeah.
Sniff. Honestly, I think maybe you should... I don't know. I feel like it wouldn't be best for your health to play in this event today.
No, it's too late. I've already taken the Dayquil.
You should probably drop out.
I've already taken the drugs.
I don't think you're okay.
It's too late. It's too late, Toby. Also, I've been sick for 11 days. It's not like it's gonna get any better.
Yeah, so you should go to the doctor.
No.
Instead of playing in a Minecraft
you want me to go to an American doctor?
Oh, good point.
Yeah, about to say, buddy. I think I will just stay here, and I will be silly. I don't think anyone else in my team is practiced, so it's fine.
I hope you know you've successfully gaslit me, and I feel manipulated.
Good.
I'm just preparing you
for your future interactions with people.
You've manipulated me.
Have I?
You have, and I'm just out here busting it down. I'm just out here busting it down, and you've manipulated me and called me shit.
Busting it down in what style?
My own style. I don't need to conform to your ways and your views, your highly charged political views.
My charged political views of wanting my Minecraft account.
You know what? You've lost my respect today. That's all I'm saying.
I don't know what you're asking.
You've lost my respect. You've lost my respect. I
lost that ages ago. What are you talking
you had it,
about?
But now it's gone. Now it's gone.
Toby, do you want a sweater or do you have a skin prepared?
I have a skin.
That's so crazy. Who did you skin for it?
Huh?
Who did you skin for it? Like, who did you flay?
What?
How'd you get it?
Anfrost made it.
Oh, so you flayed Anfrost for the skin.
What does flay mean?
Check
what
Discord.
Check Discord.
No, that was me.
There's
That was me. Sorry, Scott told me. To flay means to peel the skin off of a corpse or a carcass.
Yeah, I did it to Antfrost.
Okay, that's how you got the skin.
Yeah.
Good. I was just making sure you got it correctly. You know.
Yeah.
Also, Antfrost made you a skin. That's so cute.
Yeah, Antfrost made me a skin.
Aww. He is yellow.
All right, Sniff. I'm upset with you now. I'm full of rage, and it's going to charge me for the tournament.
Okay, so you're going to win then.
I think that was absolutely hilarious.
But you're going to win though, right?
Yeah, obviously.
Okay, wait, who's your team?
Antfrost, Velvet, Bad Boy, Halo.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, we're going to win. Yeah.
No, you got this. What?
We're actually going to destroy.
Look, I appreciate Ludwig, but I don't have much faith in him or myself.
In Ludwig? Is Ludwig playing?
I don't know.
Wait, Ludwig's on your team.
I know.
Oh.
So I'm just saying,
Sniff?
We might just
You're going to have the best 10th place MCC ever.
I know, exactly. I'm going to have so much
fun.
You've got this. I'm
going
to be so silly goofy.
Hit the Luddy for him.
What is the Luddy?
Oh, and now I've got to leave. You've disrespected him.
What does that mean? What does that mean? Toby. He just left. He has a chat. What's the Luddy? Am I stupid? What's the Luddy? Wait. Look it up and do it? No. Wait. You don't know, chat. Don't judge me. Don't judge me. Okay. I'm looking. What? It's where you get your balls out on a podcast and they don't censor it. Actually, okay. Chat, I'm just gonna tell you this right now because this is actually literally something that happened to me. I was in my friend's Discord and I'm friends with like just a bunch of like, you know, normal people who like don't like exist online and, you know, people that I've known since like high school. And I was just like, yeah, guys, my MCC team was announced. And they're like, oh, who's on it? And I tell them and one of my friends just goes, Ludwig? Oh, I've seen his balls. Huh? Just imagine you're just having a normal conversation and someone goes, yeah, your teammate, I've seen his balls. Like, anyways, normal, yeah, sure. Hey girl, hey, yeah, well at least it wasn't you, Kate. Average footballer experience? Dude, don't even worry about it. All I know is that one of my friends is apparently, like, made it very clear that, like, I'm on a team with someone and they've seen his balls. And I'm like, well, you've seen my balls, so what makes him so special? Maybe I'm just jealous. Also, shout out this horrible music. Oh my god! AMC! Oh my god. Wait, I can't. It's not /all. It's /MSG AIMZ. No, wait, is that the real Chris Pratt? Kid. Join your team Discord? Oh, okay. Sorry. I'm stupid. Where's my team Discord? Pink Parrots? Hi.
Nah.
Yeah.
Okay. want you to do me a favor. I want you to load up on Minecraft. I want you to load up your resource packs.
Oh. Oh, do I still have... Oh. Do I still have Razzles and Beyond? Did I tell you that I crashed MCL because of my...
Yeah, I know you did. That's why I got you to do it. I was watching your stream and just heard a squeak and was like, not on my event. No, we don't.
Not on my event. Not this time.
Not this time, Snifferish. I had to restart a match against you because of Rat's SMP. We're not restarting a game.
Well,
Though I will say, part of me would have loved to have just seen you do Battle Box and just heard squeaks every time someone got hit.
If only we just have the squeaks. Just the squeaks.
Yeah, just the sound pack. Just replace the damage with that.
They're pretty classic. I mean,
they are, but also I'm pretty sure people's shields would have just been buttons. You just seen everyone running with buttons and coins.
It would be kind of iconic. But
I mean, if you want to throw it back, on and risk it, you can. But
I don't want to, because I know for a fact that if I crash, they're still going back from that.
Yeah, we don't restart. We won't restart that.
Yeah.
The other thing I will say, just from I will also just say, from one thing I just noticed, that when you had Rat's SMP version 4, we're now up to 7.
Oh my god.
So just make sure before you stream it next time you update that. Otherwise you will run into issues.
For so long.
You have. I can't believe they made you stay in Florida. They held you hostage.
They held me hostage in Florida, and then Bill gave me cyanitis.
Oh. That's what happens when you hang around with Bill, to be fair.
I've been sick for like 11 days now.
To be fair, I basically during the summer, there was a point where I was sick for over a month. So, you're fine. 11 days is okay.
I'll figure it out.
There was a point where I, like, not even exaggerating, genuinely forgot what it was like to not be ill. Like, that had just become my new norm. That I was like, I'm not going to know when I'm not sick anymore because I've just become so used to sore throats.
Yeah, that's the thing is it's sore throat, and then because it's cyanitis, my, like, face is inflamed, and then, like, I'm producing more, like, sinus shit, which is gross, and I hate it.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Oh.
Why are you doing that? You know, that's not actually one of the things I'm into. I'm into many things, but not that actually.
You're not a burpee? I thought you were a burpee.
I'm sorry, no. I can send you a list of the other things I am into, but burping isn't one.
Excuse me?
it's like what's happening?
I mean, out of curiosity, I kind of want to know, but like also I don't.
I'm actually a farty.
You should ask me at Hot Pot, Sniff. I'd have told you whatever you wanted at Hot Pot.
Next time, actually, please.
I'm an open book.
Half your team is not here. Where's half your team?
So
by half of our team, everyone, because I'm not on Sniff's team.
Oh.
It's just me, actually. I'm the only pink parent ever.
We had to nerf Sniff so hard.
Yeah.
But we've not heard from... I'm going to start doing my rounds of messaging people being like, hey, MCC starts in 25 minutes.
Hey, I don't know if you know about the events today.
I know Bad is here. He's like
streaming.
doing his... He does his little like prediction stream for HMCC, so... He's alive, though.
Snifferish live?
Am I yes, I am.
Yes.
So don't list out your fetishes.
Or do it.
Alright.
Just warning you. Just letting you know.
It's like you can, but everyone else will also know.
Yeah. Yeah. Unless that's one of them. Then
all
like...
of Orange is here. Oh, you know, Troy could be into that.
Chad's probably like, what?
I don't actually have any kinks. My kink is just hearing other kinks. So.
I knew that's why you were
hearing them listed.
I thought I was getting publicly shamed on Twitter for outrageous tweets.
Only I'm allowed to make those.
It's jealousy. It's not.
True.
I don't know. Twitter is a strange place. It's a strange world.
Okay.
There's all sorts of stuff.
Good luck, Sniff. Good luck, Scott. I'm gonna
Thank
go.
you.
Bye.
Bye, Sniff. Bye, Scott.
Bye.
Love you.
Fel replied just saying yee. So.
Just yee. We never made a group chat either.
Oh my god.
We just none of us. I don't even think any of us have practiced.
To be fair, my team did practice like last night and that was it, so you're fine.
Sounds great. Well, I mean, you know, considering that we're on like the most like S-tier team, I just thought that, you know.
Oh yeah, it was better for you not to, so you gave the rest of us a chance.
Yeah. Oh wait, Phil's in the call now. He's just.
I just messaged. I'm going around messaging everyone. I messaged Sam saying, as he starts 25 minutes, join Discord, and he just said, "Holy shit, this DM woke me up." Deep breaths, deep breaths, deep breaths, deep breaths, deep breaths. Apple is the last
I'm
one.
not gonna lie.
Message.
I don't know how you do it, Scott.
Lots of stress.
Scott, you deserve a nice vacation. You deserve a nice Christmas vacation.
I don't know what that is anymore.
Where they give you like where you're at like a lodge and they give you massages and stuff. That's what you deserve, Scott.
I would love that.
I just, that seems like a nice vacation to me. I just made that up. I don't know if that's a thing.
I wish it was. Yeah, they are like vacation things, like that. But,
probably not in the UK though.
No.
That's the first step, getting you out of the UK.
First step of every plan. Get us out of here. Right, I'm gonna go and get on with my other stuff. Good luck with the rest of your stream. I have chased up your team and I managed to get one of them, so we'll find out if I can get the other two.
Worst case scenario, Phil and I, we got this.
You too. Believe in you.
Yeah.
You've got this. Right. Catch you later. Bye.
Bye. Oh wait, I gotta get the bubbles. They may already be in chat here. One second, chat. I'm just gonna get our little bubbles. MCC. Where's MCC? Minecraft Championship. Why can't I find it? Misfits. You think it would be at the top, but it's not. Wait, what's this server even called? It's just called MC Champion. Okay. Why can't I see it? Am I stupid? Wait, MC. Okay, there we go. Select a channel. Oh, we want a voice channel. I'm stupid. Okay. And then we're pink parrots. There we go. Okay. I got it. Do I have bubble? There we go. You guys get another bubble. Good luck, Sniff. Thank you. Watching from Disney World. That's cool. Okay, and now I put that in my chat. I also haven't been drinking my coffee this entire time. My coffee, chat. Okay. Also, that was so overwhelming. Everything that just happened. Hello. Also, why did I just see a photo seeing Sag with his ass photoshopped? Hello? Constantly concerned at the state of this thing. I'm watching your stream because I like everyone on your team, but I know the others. I only know like 2 or 3 people. I love my team. My team was great. I've actually never really interacted with Lugwit that much. Cutie is obviously in Misfits like as a gaming org, and I've met her quite a few times. Well, I say quite a few, it's like a few, but it's because she doesn't like to fly and I don't like to fly either. We're just kind of like that. You know how it is. Me and the girlies who don't like to fly. Respectable. Also, I think this is the last of the event, which I'm excited for. I'm just waiting. It's like, I'm trying to see if my teammate's alive. Like, we're gonna chill, don't worry. I'm sure he is. I just get nervous. I mostly get nervous of other people's communities, just because I've like faced a lot of harassment and shit like that, and I'm just like, you know, I get nervous. But I'm sure the I don't know what Ludwig calls the mongrels. Is that what he calls his people, his little guys? I don't know. I'm sure you guys are chill. But also, where is my team? Phil, please. Phil, please unmute. Phil, please. Please, Phil. You guys are all pink. Oh my god, I just realized everyone's changing their names to pink. I have a friend who's a really big fan of Ludwig, so that's actually the first time I ever heard of him. Chat, the funny thing is that I didn't watch Twitch at all, or like any live streaming, like before, even when I first started streaming, so I didn't really know about a lot of streamers until I had other people be like, yeah, Sniff, this is a person that you should know about. They're pretty cool. And obviously when I first started streaming is I think when Ludwig did his like 30-day subathon, which was pretty crazy at the time. Just saying. I love this cheesy. Okay, let's see if we can get Christmas jazz. Cozy Christmas jazz. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Sorry. It's just a little silly. Just a little silly. You know. Okay. Whew. I haven't done MCC in so long, but we're gonna try our best. You're a lot calmer than the other people, so I like you. No hate to the others, though. I try to be calm. I try to stay calm. To be very fair, thank you so much, Curb Goose, for the tier 1. To be very fair, chat, I do take medication that literally helps me be calm. Because I'm normally an anxious little guy. I'm normally just a little say psych, this team is cracked. I hope it's cracked. I'm gonna try and make it cracked. I'm gonna try and here's the thing is I haven't practiced at all, but I'm gonna really try to focus. Last MCC that I played in, I couldn't focus because I was sleep deprived. So I'm kind of hoping maybe this time I can actually do it. I got a lot of sleep. I actually got 12 hours of sleep. That rarely happens for me. Also, it is so dark out, chat. By the way, it's like 3 p.m. and look at it's like fucking nighttime outside. This team made me so hyped for the event. Stop. Thank you. You're making me happy. Oh wait, okay. Phil is live, which means hopefully he'll say hi to me soon. Guys, I also, now that I've given my tangent about Ludwig, I need to give my little tangent about how much I love Phil. Okay? Phil and Tristan, whatever she goes by, are some of my favorite people ever in this community. Because let me tell you right now that I had a really hard time at TwitchCon because I was super anxious and you keep calling him Ludwig. It's because I can't pronounce D's, I'm sorry. Ludwig, that sounds so uncomfy to pronounce. So I had the hardest time at TwitchCon because I was super anxious and I kept getting mobbed and a little overwhelmed, and I really wanted this one thing from the creator artist alley, and it was a little Kirby keycap, because if you guys can't tell, I'm kind of obsessed with Kirby. Hence the wait. What's that? Oh, my camera just fell. Okay, can you see it? Can you see my entire Kirby shrine? Why is my camera's all messed up now. Yeah, I do in fact have an entire Kirby shrine, basically. Because I love him so much. So I wanted this little Kirby keycap, but I was super anxious about going to the artist alley. And so Phil and his wife, wait here, I'm still trying to fix my camera. Oof, wait here. Ah, why is this so hard? Here we go. And then we'll put that down a little bit. There we go. Okay, I think I've got it. Phil and his wife went and got it for me. So here, I'm gonna unplug my keyboard. I'm sorry, it's really dirty and kind of gross. But you can see, this is the keycap that he got me. It's not my escape. It's my favorite little guy. Look at him. It's just a little Kirby guy. So that's Phil went and got it for me because I was too anxious, and I don't know. That just really means a lot to me. And I really appreciate them both. And also, look at how pretty my keyboard is. Ooh, who is she? Sorry, I love my keyboard. Cause like keycaps and stuff like that are like my favorite little things. They just make me so happy. Okay, plugging that back in. God, that thing, is it the magnetic one? Yes, it is magnetic. So like you can buy little foods and stick it in his mouth, which is silly. Okay, somebody punching me and I don't even know it. Hello. You're kind of slaying right now? Stop. Oh my god. Gee. Bye. Everyone that I love. So basically all the women. Oh. Okay. 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 Hey Scar. Like that's not normally my type of thing, but with the titties out like that. Oh my god. It's getting hot in here. It's getting a little warm for anyone else. Oh my god. Who's this? It's Tubbo. There's Captain Puffy. Where's Fran? Is Fran on? No, he's not. I want to know what their skin is. It sounds so seductive. I know the music too. Like I'm like, oh my god, what's going on? I really just messed up my camera. I know I can't get it back. Sorry about that. Here, I think right here is pretty good. Okay. Not the skitties. See, the thing is I would be snitties, but that's not fair because I actually just have titties. Like, why can't I have unironic titties? Why can't I have unironic titties like all of these male streamers? You know? Like the fitties. That's the funniest thing ever. Phil's a titties. My titties, though, not funny. I wish my titties were funny, chat. Maybe that's all I want. You know? But they're not. And it's fine, I get it. Unironic titties. Yeah. I'm also gonna move that up there. Imagine if you're the one that shows up on your team. I think that'd be fine. Okay, if I was the one that showed up on my team, I'd have to do like an impression of everyone. And I'd have to play on 4 different accounts, which would be kind of hard. So I'd be like Phil and I could like... I don't think I could do Phil's accent. I don't think... Phil's here, Liquid Streak is scheduled with MCC in the title. God bless! Let's go! I'm not even religious, but God bless! Stiff would win if only Stiff showed up. This is true, they're trying to nerf me. Do you want unironic titties for Yule? Sure. I'd be really happy. They really just said, Sniff, you have to talk to yourself for an hour and a half. And I said, oh! Please do a Geordie accent? What's a Geordie? Is that Phil's accent? Well, I actually feel like Phil's accent would probably be the easiest for me to do because it's the closest to a Scottish accent. But yeah, I don't know. I'll have to ask Phil, like, I'll have to hear what he sounds like again, honestly. Hopefully he's alive. Is Phil alive yet? I'm gonna go in Phil's chat and ask if he is alive. Also, I'm pretty sure I get to renew my sub, so let me do that real quick. Where is Phil's in Minecraft? Oh my god, everyone and their mom is live. Why? It's almost like there's an event going on. That's crazy. It's your... Okay. Teammate. 20 months subscribed to Phil. I hate that. I hate that. What do you mean? That was... I literally... Oh, he's like watching the video. He's like being an actual MCC player. That's crazy. Can you imagine that? Yo, look up Sir Wakerdoodle the Third. Sorry, I just like saying your name. It's so... It's kind of good. just a little bit. He's watching the, yeah, well, maybe Phil could stop watching the video and talk to me so that I don't go literally crazy. Okay, wait, here, I'm gonna move this like right there. Have you watched the video yet? No. I don't watch the videos. I can't sit still for 3 minutes. You think I'm gonna watch an MCC video? Tell my sister Jordan happy birthday, please. Happy birthday, Jordan. I went to do a person named Jordan. She was one of the other lesbians in my grade. Miss her the most. Hey, so fake presents. Phil is talking to you? Oh. No, he's not.
8 p.m. GMT.
Alright, did he say something?
Sweet, dude, sweet. Well, it's time. It's time now. 7.
Maybe he should actually just talk to me in voice chat. Someone just called me Sniffer in Phil's chat. And I think I want to die. I'm just gonna wait for him to unmute. There's just also, I just have a Kirby PFP for some reason. I'm not like addicted to anything. I don't have issues. Oh no. What a lovely evening, guys. What I love. I feel like we need like a fake campfire in the background or something. Okay, chat. Christmas lights? Should I get Christmas lights for my background? Should we like have like a Christmas decorating stream? I feel like that's necessary. I could go to Target. B, are we gonna get stuff to crochet a mini plant? Oh my god, I've seen people do that. That's so cool. I need to start crocheting. It's that time of year. It's the time of year where I'm gonna make everyone birthday presents / not birthday presents, fuck, Christmas presents. Sif, may I see the team skin? I went with this one. Oh wait, here, let me see if I can get the skin artist credited. Which one does Phil have? Wait. Wait, MSG. Hopefully he used the same one as me. If not, I'll be the one to switch, because I just looked up the first one that I got tagged in. I think I saw he was over here. No. Phil's in Minecraft. Stand still. Maybe he damned me. Wait. Shout out my Discord. Also not working. Okay, wait here. Let me get the person's. I at least want to link to their account, so let me do that real quick.
Hello.
Hello?
There we go.
I'm gonna change my skin real quick so that I'm using the same skin set that you are using.
Oh, you don't have to do that. You can just choose a cool one.
No, I like the color palette. Even though they're all cool, so hopefully Toby doesn't log into my account in the 5 seconds that I'm gone.
Toby does what now?
Toby has my login.
Hello.
Toby has your login?
Yeah.
Have either of you heard from Ludder or Taffel?
No, but my chat said that Ludwig has a stream scheduled with MCC in the title, so
Okay.
that's promising.
Apple, we don't know though.
When I saw you join, I was like, uh-oh, Scott doesn't know where Tappel is either.
No, Lud I DM'd, but Lud was one I'm always like I have less contact with, so it's harder to get touch to him. Harvey just hasn't replied.
Oh no.
Let me go ask Shelby. I think she may have his number.
Yeah, I know.
This is amazing.
Trying to think about who else has his number.
You think Harvey fell asleep?
Oh, he's always asleep.
That's true.
He
is nocturnal.
Ah.
Let me know when you've logged in so we can stand next to each other with the cool skins.
Okay.
And explain why Toby has your login.
So he's at the Misfits offices right now. And
no, Sniff, you didn't log out. Oh no.
See, I would have to be smart to do that.
Oh no.
Well, so I logged in my own like instance for Lunar Client for an event, and yeah.
Oof.
Okay,
Look, we
I'm
match
here.
kind of pink.
Well, yeah, we're pink, but it's
Pink.
not like aggressive pink. I'm in
No,
like
it's like-
PJs. I wish I was in like actual PJs right now.
Like pastel pink. Are you okay? Your status says you are ill.
Oh no, I've been ill.
For how long?
Since I got back from Florida, so like 11
you okay?
days, 12 days.
Do you want some soup?
Dude, I would love some soup actually, but it can't be meat based, which is the issue because all soup is
Oh no.
normally a bone broth.
Oh, I'm sorry you're feeling sick, man.
It's okay. I'm pumped on Dayquil right now, and
Oh, all right, okay. We're gonna have a drugged up sniff in the MCC. This is great. This is off to an amazing start. There's Ludwig. Can you hear us? Hello?
I hear you great. Do you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yes.
That's perfect.
Wonderful, excellent. I am excited to play Minecraft.
Awesome.
That's-
That sounded believable because I meant it. It sounded fake, but I didn't.
wait, you didn't know they switched MCC to Rocket League.
Dude, I've got like 2,000 hours in Rocket League. We'd smash
Yeah,
it.
they switched MCC to Rocket League. Did Scott not tell you?
No. Okay, to be clear, either way, I don't care because you would care Rocket League as you would in Minecraft. So I will sit in the backpack no matter what game we're playing today.
Oh, so our fourth teammate, we think, is asleep.
Who's our fourth teammate?
Tapple. And he's very
Wait,
good at the
Tapple's-
game, but he's
Tapple's
asleep.
very
we
good
think.
at the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, he's gonna be our
up-
carry. Like he needs to wake up.
Oh my.
Yeah, that was gonna be a
God.
hard carry for this. Never mind, it's fine.
All right, I'll be the hard carry. We can pivot.
Oh, okay.
I believe. You were trained by Techno. This is fine.
I was.
This is fine.
I'm like the failed student in the anime you don't see after season 1.
Oh, are you logged in with your skin? Have you got like a?
Yeah, I have a very
Oh.
festive skin for the holidays
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
from MCC
Oh.
2 years ago.
Oh my
Oh
god.
my God.
Did you just still have that saved?
I've had it for 2 years and I've played Minecraft several times. I just kind of think it's cute.
That is cute.
Yeah, you got like a little
Got like
scarf.
the little like holly
Yo,
and tinsel.
he's here.
Remember.
Oh, my
my
god,
God.
Tapple! Bobby, log into Minecraft!
Dude, I tried signing in and then it signed me out. I have to type in my. Hold on.
We're literally being like completely scab-assed by like
Oh, wait,
the game and the tournament.
Phil.
Oh my god.
I was
What?
gonna tell you though, I got carded when I bought the Dayquil.
Oh, this is great. This is a great day. This is a great day for this team.
Verify.
Oh my god.
Let's check my email.
Harvey, be honest, did you fall asleep?
We take a little snooze.
Ooh, did you have a little snooze, King? Your silence speaks volumes.
Hey, at least he's well rested.
I think he's like trying to verify his account. He's trying to log in.
Wait. No, guys. I've been having internet issues. My internet just died right now, and it died for like 3 seconds. That's
Oh,
enough
no.
For me to like get kicked out of the game.
Uh-oh. Our carry has internet issues. This is amazing.
I'm the carry?
Yeah, dude, what are you talking about?
I replaced Sap Nap.
I know. And you're the carry, dude.
How am I the carry?
That's why you replace Sapnap. You're the carry.
No, come on, guys. Look. Maybe I was the carry 2 years ago, but I fell off. All right, guys, come on.
No, you didn't. No, you don't. Don't
No,
say
you
that.
did
Don't say
not.
that. Don't say that.
Guys,
You did not
I'm
fall
Caesar,
off.
guys. Okay.
I refuse to believe this. I've watched you play Minecraft multiple times at like all hours of the morning.
Look, guys.
You have not fell off.
Okay. I'll give you an example.
No, don't give me an example. I will actually lose hope.
With the help of my internet though, because my internet is actually rubbish.
You thought you sound very British there for a second.
Yeah, my internet is rubbish and it's not
It's rubbish,
okay.
mate. It's rubbish.
Mate, it's rubbish, innit? It's rubbish. Wait, with the pink parrots?
Yes. I'm just telling everyone Harvey's internet may give out mid-tournament. So,
Okay, I've been having issues since like I'd say 12 hours ago. Like I tried streaming yesterday. I did some speedrunning.
Oh wait, I said
and
we're ready, but we're not.
Split the stream in like 6 different streams. So I did 6 streams yesterday. It just kept cutting out like every hour.
Harvey, just come over to my house.
Okay.
Yeah.
Leaves.
Yeah, we'll do.
Wait, yeah, wait.
Door shuts.
Wait, how long would that even take?
A lot of time.
Wait, are you in
I'd say
Cali?
about 1 MCC. I'm in Cali.
Okay, wait. Cali to Vermont. You could do it right now for $5,000 and it would take 18 hours. Sounds like a deal.
Nice.
You'd make it just in time for maybe the next MCC. I guess. I think we're waiting on Bad Boy Halo as well. So you weren't the last to show up.
Oh hell yeah.
If you can log in.
No, he was already streaming, I thought.
Oh, Bad Boy Halo?
Yeah. I was doing a pre-MCC stream.
They said they're waiting for him.
Oh.
Oh wait, now they're ready. He's right here. I think he just. I don't know. Maybe I'm just getting trolled. Maybe I'm just getting trolled by Velvet. Call. Oh wait, Harvey, you in?
I'm in.
All right, sweet. I think everyone's here. Ludwig's deafened.
I do have 5 hours on me of sleep.
You're kind of quiet. Can you like move your mic like a little bit closer? Or...
Hello.
There we go. I've turned you up as well. I've got you on like 200%, almost 173%.
Test. Like that, is it better?
Yeah, that's good.
Yes.
Okay, nice. All right, awesome. I have 5 hours of sleep on me, and I have a yerba mate to give me like 5 more.
I'm jealous. Actually, you know what? What's
it's the blue one.
Oh wait, actually no, I'm not jealous. I like the orange one more.
Half our team is drugged up.
I like the blue one and the red one.
Speaking of drugs, I'm gonna go get myself a cup of coffee since it's gonna take a second.
Dayquil and coffee. Let's go. All right.
Dayquil and coffee. Hey, is Sniff sick?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. So Sniff is sick. My internet's sick.
If we do well this tournament, it's gonna be like a fucking event. Like it's gonna be insane because I have not prepared at all. Right? I watched the update video 5 minutes ago, so I've only just seen that there's like a new ace race and shit.
Yeah.
I barely practiced. Your internet's probably gonna cut out halfway through a crucial moment. But like without, it's not your fault, but like your internet's probably gonna do that. So there's just that, and then Ludwig's like saying he's gonna carry, which I'm not
he's
sure.
The carry. He's the carry.
Oh, we can't forget those. Can't forget those. You are just a melting pot at the minute.
Wait, guys, should I get drunk this MCC? Should I get drunk?
Halfway through the tournament, if it's looking bad,
I gotta cancel out Sniffrish's stimulants with depressants.
If it's looking bad, if we're like last by a lot halfway through the tournament, I will join you and I'll start doing shots.
Okay. If we're all right, if we're last place, or I guess maybe even 9th place, by the last game, then I'm gonna drink a beatbox. Hello, I'm back. Hello, team.
Hello, welcome.
So we're already talking about doing drugs.
Oh, okay. What are we doing? Ketamine? Where we at today? We have a Brit in the call, so I'm assuming ketamine's on the menu.
Oh my God.
Welcome to the Minecraft community where ketamine and cocaine are just rampant. We're basically just like Sniff's ill. Tapple's internet's gonna cut out. So we're not expecting to do too well, Ludwig. So
no.
Hold on. Why not just do shots?
When I was deafened right before you came on, I said Philza will be getting top 10. Apple will be getting top 5. Okay, these are my expectations of you.
Snifferish top 15, and then I will be getting top 40. So that is what's happening.
Wait, top 40? That's crazy. That's a really high expectation for you. I don't know about that, buddy.
Yeah, you know what? I like to keep the bar high for myself, and just because I want to fail it, you know?
What's up? Why is Pink not ready?
Oh.
Well, we were, but then we weren't sure if Tapple's internet was going to cut out, and Ludwig just got back, so I think we're ready now.
Yeah.
Okay. All right,
Sorry,
we'll do it again. And now I'm going to stay here, and I'm going to watch you click that button. All right?
How's your day going?
We'll click the button.
It's fine.
Did you like that little display that Toby did on my account this morning?
What did he do?
He logged onto my account, bypassed the swear filters, and started swearing at Becky.
Oh no. Why is he like this?
All right, well done, guys. You did it.
Thank you.
I'm proud
Thank
of you.
you.
Thanks.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, and enjoy the event.
Thanks. We're gonna go win.
Okay.
No, we're not gonna win.
No, we're still gonna try. We're still gonna. I'll try. I'll try.
Oh yeah, we're not gonna sabotage ourselves. We're definitely gonna try.
I mean, guys, Ludwig just told me I have to make top 15. So.
Yeah, true, right? Just make top 15. It's fine, guys.
It's easy. Don't worry about it. It's
totally
just
fine. Oh, it's ding time. It's dinging. You know, I kind of wanted to just... Yeah, Tom just didn't log on with his skin, so he got a big jumper. I should have done that, honestly. The jumpers are fun. They're huge. Does it make your hitbox bigger? No. That would be BM. If the little like outfit they give you for not wearing a skin makes your hitbox larger. Ooh.
The range of like Christmas sweater to like skimpy Santa and these skins, like just look at Scar's skin. Look at Scar's skin. Like, is it good?
Scar, this doesn't leave much to the imagination, King. I don't know.
Oh no.
All right, guys, let's do this.
Let's do it.
I
might have
believe.
accidentally fallen.
I forgot to change my skin. I gotta change my skin.
No, don't. We're like.
Don't log out now.
Don't log out. Don't log out. Just be naked.
15 seconds.
All right, I won't log out.
Do 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 do. Oh.
Last MCC of the season.
Was that Sneak I just watched just fall to his death? Chat, who was that?
Dude, have you seen Sneak's like actual outfit that he's wearing?
Oh yeah, he's
in real life.
Elsa.
Yeah, he's like in a full Elsa costume.
That's good for us because he will be slower.
Yeah.
As he's not used to the outfit.
That's true. He does have an unusually large head, and that wig is not fitting that well.
Okay. Wait, I think we're gonna lose because Sneak looks phenomenal.
Oh, you actually looked it up.
Yeah, I'm shocked.
Dude, the flexing that he's doing as well.
Married.
He's so
Careful.
ready.
All right, can we do a little rundown, fun down? What are the game modes that we should save for the end? Because you all feel very confident in them.
I know the Grid Runners is my best game.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, we should probably avoid snows of time.
Avoid it, or should we try to do it early when it's the least valuable? Here's the thing: Sands of Time to me feels like that. Oh,
well, that's awkward. It's fine.
Don't
worry about it.
Oh my god.
You'll be surprised how like the points aren't worth anything early. Like,
yeah,
it doesn't really matter.
That's why I feel like we
play.
should do Sands of Time as early as possible.
Honestly, I would probably want to do Rocket Spleef Rush first because I'm ass at that game.
Of the games that we should play.
Well,
yes.
My game that I picked right now was forfeiting, so I wouldn't go with me every time.
Let's just pick the one where we don't play.
Okay, I'm cool with this.
Oh, nice. Okay.
This is like actually one of the worst games. So
I'm a spleefer. I don't like that word, by the way.
Spleef?
Yeah, I just don't like it.
Yeah, it doesn't sound great.
It's like
but
moist.
Yeah.
But like real.
It
Just
sounds
way
like a
more
body
real.
part. I'm not gonna lie.
I think spleen is where your head's at.
I know, but it sounds like a bad body part.
What does spleen rush sound like?
Spleen rush?
Yeah, what would that look like?
It's a game where everyone gets a pencil and you have to see who can stab each other's spleens the fastest.
I was just
yeah,
thinking
I
of
used
a
to do that in middle
hospital.
school.
I was just thinking of a hospital. I'll be honest. Like,
I don't
just
know
a bunch
why
of doctors.
Well, there was just this kid in my school one time that actually like stabbed his spleen with a pencil, so I just think about that every time.
Oh my gosh. Wait, spleens are actually a thing? I thought it just means like a gut.
No,
An
it's a
actual
thing.
organ,
You can like
or-
remove it. Yeah, you can remove it and you'll be alright. I think it's like
Is
not
that an
important.
appendix?
No, that's
Is
the
that it?
appendix. The appendix
Oh,
is
yeah,
the thing
that's
that
the
you can
appendix.
remove.
Can I get a quick rundown? Should I just be updrafting and ignoring my snowball canyon?
You can only updraft once.
Yeah. The updraft is.
Oh
I'll,
yeah, you
I'll,
can in
I'll-
below you. You can in below you to boost up, right?
Yeah, and like spam spacebar.
Why do you
I'll,
spam spacebar?
It opens the elytra, so the wings.
Can you close it if you spam spacebar too many times?
No,
Okay. So you can. Okay,
you're good.
okay.
You're good to spam that, King.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Okay, spamming. And then you shoot right below. Is there like a timing thing?
Yeah, like a rocket jump. That's obviously the best method. I'll let you guys know when to use the updraft if you haven't used it already, because there's like.
And this
It's
is
like
the
a
first
cool-
game, so like just don't worry too.
Yes, it's right click to use the rocket and the updraft.
All right, we're doing great.
All right, we're moving.
Oh, here we go.
Wait, where are we moving to?
Just follow where everyone's flying.
What do you mean we're?
Oh, man.
Oh yeah, it's Rocket Spleef Rush, Ludwig. You have to. you have to
Oh
move.
my god, I didn't know. Okay, all right.
It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. First round of the first game.
It's okay. Don't worry.
Yeah, you're good.
He definitely.
It's okay. You tried.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Oh god.
Wait, where's the next one? Oh my god. I just have no direction. This is my issue. Hey, you know what though? He's top 40. So.
True.
Oh no, I
Hey,
just fell.
hey.
Unlucky. Don't worry.
It's okay. I'm just gonna stay alive as long as I can. Nope. Okay, at least I wasn't last. That's where I.
Ooh, I'm in front. Nice.
Oh, it's a little Christmas tree.
What? I killed James.
Oh, it's hollow. Uh-oh.
Oh, it's hollow.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I always love this music. I love the music.
Everyone looks like a bunch of flies.
Alright, get ready to use the updraft.
Rue.
Oh my god, it's.
I use mine.
That's like nothing.
Here's one. Thank you for the reminder. I would have done it without you, Phil. Thank you. Oh my god, Phil. You saved my life.
You guys are actually doing pretty good.
Oh, you're really high up. Oh my god, it's you. Phil, oh my god.
Yep. Yeah, Phil.
I killed Falls!
Yo!
Ooh. Wow, Phil, you're just like. You got it, man.
We're gonna run out of room.
Yep. No, I fell.
Oh, no, wait, you might be able to make it. You might be able to make it.
No. Oh,
No, come on, come on. Oh, you were so
one block
close.
off. I was literally one block. Oh my gosh. They broke that little block at the end. I was like, wait a minute, I might live. But
Yeah.
it was too low.
It's okay. Phil top 10 though.
Okay, full top 10.
Ooh, okay, Phil.
Sometimes I forget Phil doesn't start with an F.
Oh, I just glitched.
I saw that.
Oh.
Well, away I go into the sunset, guys. See you later.
No, you think
There's
having
so much
fun.
You're still gonna be top 4 somehow? You were
I think I came third.
You were top 3 though.
Philza, you did so amazing.
That's amazing. That's amazing. That's amazing.
I was in awe. Honestly, that was amazing.
Thanks, mate.
Why did they
2
get rid
more
of the
rounds.
updraft so early?
In case you make a mistake or like fall because someone blew up the ground beneath you.
But why did they get rid of it for you? Or like excuse me, they said like, it was like 10 seconds and you can't use it.
Oh yeah, so like you have it for the start of the game, and then they take it away because you know they don't want people using it right at the end when there's few people left.
I see.
It's
so
just
for
like
a little more competitiveness or something.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, now I know it moves, but I did achieve my goal of top 40, so kind of, you know, correct.
This one's way faster, by the way.
Oh yeah, it's going fast now.
This one's way faster, by the way.
My computer froze.
Oh.
Ooh, this is getting crazy. This is getting real crazy.
Oh, I fell. Rip me. Rip me.
Ooh, it's hollow. It's hollow parts. You never expect.
We're somehow still in 5th, so you know what? It's fine.
I'm feeling pretty confident in this one. I'm glad. I wasn't as confident in the other one. I was worried about my confidence. But I think I'm.
No, you guys are like in the leading the flight, the migration.
The flock.
The flock. Oh, it's pulling a Yui. Oh, nice.
Okay.
Come on, Phil. You're so
Phil.
good. You're cracked. Holy shit.
Oh. Let's go!
Dude, I want to be Phil's of Minecraft when I grow up. Holy shit.
You get ready to use your thing.
I'm gonna use it. There you go. Thank you.
Oh, you guys are both so high. Perfect.
Oh, this is great. I want to no dive into this so I could yoink it. I claim my shots. Oh no.
No.
Oh, no.
Double.
No.
You will be missed.
I competed for that little piece of leaf. That was good though. I think it was pretty good.
It's pulling another Yui.
Oh. Up 6, not bad.
No, you guys are literally the carry.
Philza, he's our man. If he can't do it, no one can. Let's go, Phil. Let's go, Phil. Let's go.
Oh my god. The slice.
Oh my god. He's doing the thing. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah. It's a 1v1.
2 left. 1v1.
1v1. Come on. Let's go, Phil. Oh, what is this? Ending? Oh, it's the ending. Oh, he's aggressive with it. Oh, you got him!
Oh, you got him!
Just float, Phil!
You got him! You just float!
You got him!
Yeah!
You're the GOAT! You are the greatest of the time!
#1!
Honestly, like the win almost feels better in a way, knowing that our team got first and last. Like we.
Oh my god.
We're like the full spectrum. You know what I mean? That we're like that's so beautiful in a way.
It's artistic, one might say.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, I'm gonna die here because we're gonna get first and last. I just figured out that the strat's going F5, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, true.
Oh, come on.
Ooh, a little laggy. Anyone lagging? Or?
No, I'm lagging.
Oh.
Oh, God.
I'm getting massive. Oh, wait, whoa. My internet. Oh, my ping's like really high. I just killed me, I think.
Well, it's okay, because Phil carry.
I clicked my. Oh my gosh! I clicked my updraft, and it just like delayed, and I just kept falling.
No, it's okay. I just tried to go in F5 and then immediately failed, so it's okay, you know. But that's why we did this game first.
Exactly.
It was actually the big brain move all the time.
I feel like I'm rolling dice with this game mode. Sometimes I'll do like really well, and sometimes I won't. And I'm glad I think I rolled a pretty high score here.
Chat, I'm hungry. I'm gonna whip out my protein shake.
Oh, I might not get this.
Ooh.
It's like...
No.
Yeah, that's unlucky. It just.
Yeah, never mind.
I wrote it in front of you.
I was not going quick enough.
We're still like 5th, which is crazy.
I'm so happy with that second round performance.
Yeah, I think we solidified 5th.
Ooh, go on,
third,
Sam.
first, and 5th. You have me jaw dropped right now.
Well, I like the Elytra. Like Rocket Spleef Rush is like my favorite one.
Well,
I think the Elytra is a dumb shit. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
That's the sound of someone that doesn't know how to use the Elytra.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong at all.
Isn't to get to
You'd
the
love
other
it if
side
you knew
of
how to use
this.
it. All right, not bad. 5th, we're right in the middle.
Chat.
Okay, we hit that 1K
How long has it
barrier,
not been on Minecraft?
Past it, yeah.
Thank you.
Phil's top 2.
Yo. I love Rocket Spleef Rush, man. It's so fun.
Phil.
I just realized I've been on just chatting this entire time.
That'll be the day, Quill.
It's just guys, don't worry. It's just a day, Quill. It's just a day, Quill.
Oh, that was so fun. I wish we could just do Rocket Spleef Rush constantly. It's so fun.
Of course you would say that.
Oh, get presents.
Presents.
How do the presents work?
I'm on the floor.
Oh, of course it would
Oh,
be
wait,
mine.
Like, I'm in the snow.
Oh, you bring them to people? That's kind of cute. I got a chicken
Martin,
treat.
stay still.
Oh god, this internet.
Martin!
Do you
Come
do you do the third person when you are doing the Elytra?
Yeah.
Are you guys moving or
Yeah, we're moving. We're moving.
I'm not moving. I'm
Ooh.
broken right now. This internet, yeah, everyone's frozen for me.
The question is, how could we even...
Oh my god.
I get a pot of slime? What is that?
I'm gonna
Hello?
disconnect. I'm gonna disconnect.
Yeah, just quickly relog. Wait, where is Sylvie? I have to give them a present. No.
It like highlights them, I think.
Yeah, but they're so far away I can't see them. I don't know where they are. Unless I'm looking right at them.
I got a chicken treat, whatever that is.
That's why I wasn't highlighting them.
I wonder if the... I'm gonna just say what is my ping in the chat just to see if... is there a /ping? Oh, there is. Okay, I should just do that instead.
The heck?
What's your current ping?
Everyone's not moving. They haven't been moving ever since I relogged.
Oh, I got some good stuff. They gave me a lot of presents. I got slime, eggnog, yo-yo. Feeling great, feeling great. And I hit my goal top 40, so.
Nice.
Nice.
Wait, this is confusing. So I could stream, I could talk to you guys, but I can't play the game because it's frozen.
Well, let's just hope that when you get teleported, you actually get to like play.
Yeah, surely.
That was a very weird bug.
Surely it'll just resolve itself over time.
Surely.
I just don't understand how we're literally in 5th right now.
Oh, you're in.
Yeah, we say you've
Okay,
just
nice.
joined,
Okay,
Harvey.
joined. Okay. I'm
think
I'm in hell. Wait, I'm in
Oh.
hell.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
Wait, you're
I'm
in
in
the
hell.
void.
I see black. Like
Tapple,
void black.
Tapple
You're
is
just
in the
hell?
void.
Say
Wait.
hi to Ronald Reagan while you're there.
There we go.
Can you... Oh, you got it? You got it? All right.
There we go.
Wait, what did... Sniff, what did he say? It whiffed. I didn't hear it. What did he say? He deafened.
I think you said say hi to Reagan while you're there.
Yeah, I did.
Oh. That went straight over my head. I was like looking at my chat and they were like, Monka W. Monka S. Oh no.
Ooh, coin multiplier.
Chat, remember, if you're gonna blame anything on anyone, blame it on Reagan.
Oh my god. All right. So if you hover your mouse over all your items, you can see what they do.
I got a dunk bolt. Who should I dunk?
That's fun. What does that mean? It's a dunk.
We get to shit on someone. No, they can't vote. So who?
Get Tommy's team. Tommy's
Which
team
one is
right
that?
now across from us.
The emerald. Emerald.
Get him. Get him. All right. What do these do?
Everyone wants to play Parkour Warrior, I think. Oh, so Ludwig, on Parkour Warrior, there's different like difficulties that you can do. So you can just keep going on the straight path and like that's like the easy parkour. But then there will be like side ones, but they get progressively harder. So it's basically up to you what difficulty you want.
Okay, noted. Noted. Sorry, I was distracted by Tommy saying Ludwig, Short, Ludwig, and Cutie Cinderella are dating. Ludwig and Cutie Cinderella, I repeat, are dating.
He's mad that we dunked him, that's why.
I didn't even do the dunking.
He thinks
I'm
it's
just
your
catching
fault.
strays out here.
You're the scapegoat in this, Ludwig. You just blame
So
you.
where is the path most traveled?
So if you
The-
just
the
like
easy path?
continue straight, it's the mostly easy stuff.
I'm noticing I have. Okay, none of these matter, right?
The
Silver
medals?
Metal, stone medal, bronze medal.
You'll
Are
get
those,
medals
is that
as
the
you go.
paths?
Yeah,
Okay.
so like you can choose to go down these paths on the right if you want to get like extra points and stuff.
I see
But you
the
don't
easy
have
path
to.
the right.
Yeah. I would say if
Okay.
anything, it's more important to just finish. Yeah.
Right. Finishing more important than going for a higher one than ending early.
Yeah, because if you don't
Yeah.
finish at all, you don't deposit any of your medals.
So okay, so I see. So you'll get a medal. I see the checkpoints at the top. You get one, I assume, every checkpoint, like a medal.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I think so.
Noted.
Internet update. We're good.
You
They
good?
sent me a nicer IP. Yeah, and it seems to be working. So
Nice. Okay, good.
noise.
Whew. Yeah, and you can use that little scroll to like teleport back. So if you do choose to go down a separate path just for funsies, you can like teleport back.
Yeah, like if you're like, oh,
To
this
the
is taking too
start
much
of the
time.
previous checkpoint.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So you can try if you want to just like because you'll have time. You can like try one path or two paths if you want.
So maybe I try a little medium. Maybe I get a little sauce.
Yeah. Or like the
Yeah,
first
the
one's
easy
pretty
one
easy.
you should be able to. Yeah. If you can do the one on the right, then you can try the one on. You can try medium.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Oh.
Hmm. Oh, and the timing is so much faster. Oh no. It's catching people off guard.
Oh, oops.
Made it.
Nice.
I have a question. If I do the scroll, do I not get all of the medals from the...
No, you should, I think.
Okay. I'll just keep trying, but just in case.
Alright. You just don't get the gold one at the end.
Yeah, that's fine.
How are you doing, Ludwig? Ludwig. My brain's fried. I couldn't see your name for a second. I'm trying to do jumps.
You doing a corner jump or?
Too much brain power dedicated to jumpies. Oh, he's deaf and that's why he's tryharding. All right. Ooh.
Hell yeah. Oh.
No.
Hey, Buns.
No. I'm rushing myself.
No, I get that. I do that too.
Oh, dangling cubes.
I think it's funny how I can see some people, but not others.
It's because they disappear like when you get close to them. Oh, I might not be able to do this piston one.
Whoa, what the hell? Gonna analyze this.
No.
What? Oh.
I can't make that jump. I'm just gonna teleport back.
Yeah, no, that's the thing is whenever I'm like, "Oh, I'm not getting this, I'm just like...
Oh.
Oh, not this jump. I remember this last time.
We love patience. We love patience. We love patience. Any patience lovers? Any patience lovers? Oh, I'm okay. Okay, they redid this one.
No.
Bonus path. I'll try and get something. Ooh. Ooh. All right.
Ooh, this one's hard. Oh, you have to be so precise.
Oh, it's like breaking my audio. The exploding of these blocks is breaking my audio. Ah!
Oh my god. Do a full jump.
Ah!
It's a weird jump right here.
Man.
I'll do two more. I'll do two more.
Oh! Did it.
I'll do one more. I'll do one more.
Eh. Oh, the ice one? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, ice one. Did you do the ice one?
This one, I don't know if I did.
It's like a weird momentum.
Yeah, it's really difficult. Actually, I'm not going to do that. Just going to get to the end.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm out. I'm out.
Ooh! Ah! All right.
Oh, wait.
Ah!
Oh, I got it. I got it. I got it.
I'm putting myself off with like changing my music because my music cut out. All right. No music. No music. Serious time. Okay. I'll try and do part of this first medium path, I guess.
Same.
Ah. Immediately fail. No.
Ah.
No. Ah. There you go. Audio's back.
I think I'm rushing myself a little bit too much.
Ah.
Oh my god, this is confusing.
What's the glass doing? It keeps breaking.
Yeah, it's like doing this weird pattern thing.
Oh, I see it.
Oh, I see. Yeah, it's rotating. I see.
Oh, that's difficult. Oh, I felt like I had it there for a second.
Oh, I remember being stuck on this one last time. I didn't finish it. I'm gonna try to finish it this time. I think I could do it. Wait, what? Back on yourself, not Neo. Okay.
Come on. Come on.
Do one last try. One last try. Okay, one more.
Give me that one. That I'm wasting way too much time.
I'm wasting time on this one. I feel like I could do it though. Nope, I'm out.
Do you guys think I have time to try the medium ending? I just did the easy one.
Maybe. Wait, how far are you on the top part?
At the end of the easy, like I could finish right now if I wanted.
Go for it.
Well, how long did it take for you to finish the easy?
Like maybe 15 seconds.
Oh, yeah. Then I think you could try it for a bit and then see how it is. Since we have like
there's a good chunk of time left, right?
Yeah. I think it's a good time to do it.
All right. I'm gonna try.
I hate these dripping chains or whatever they are, though.
Not realized there was a path right here. Oh, it's lagging. Oh god. Yeah, we're okay. We're okay.
No, I'm just gonna go do the. I don't have the brain capacity.
Come on. This is Monka W. Timer! 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 I want to do this path, but I don't know if I have enough time. Oh, I do. I do. Guys, come here.
All right, yeah, I made it to the end. I just took the easy one. I didn't want to risk doing the medium.
Oh my god, I fucked up.
I'm just glad that I finished.
Medium, guys.
You got this. No, you got this. You got plenty of time. You got this.
Yeah, let's take your time, mate. Okay, you got this. I believe. Go.
Nice! Yes! Oh my god, you got the overtime!
Ludwig, oh my god, literally like 5-6 seconds left to spare, I think.
Yeah,
it's gonna end like
shit.
any second.
Oh god, the medium one I feel like was so doable, but it was also so hard.
Dude, I just didn't have the brain energy for it. I was like...
It's definitely tough. I'm like practicing it now. Hold on. Oh, never mind. Let's get teleported.
Rewarded like 0 points. Or is it not over?
No, it's because we didn't do like the bonus ones at the start.
I mean, even in first place.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not done. Oh, it's.
We're getting like certain coins for certain completions. There we go.
Yeah, we're like 9th. It's not that awful.
Wait, Harvey, did you not complete the course? Harvey? Uh-oh.
Oh,
No,
he left.
He DC'd?
He DC'd.
Oh, no! No!
This was our nightmare. This was our lose condition.
Oh, no. He did so well. He did so well. Oh, he's out in the Discord. There he goes.
Oh. Hey, guys. Just think about it like this. At least we're not Sapphire Santas.
Ooh, we could be soon. We could be soon, though.
No.
That's also true. I will say, if we removed his points, we would be Sapphire Pandas or Santas.
And we don't get any of Harvey's points as well. Like
wait, for the whole game?
He didn't end, so he didn't like finish. You have to get to the end to like count your coins or whatever, or like your stuff, I think.
Oh my gosh.
Oof. All right, I guess we just wait.
Yep.
Pause for Tapple.
Hello.
Hello.
What's happening with Harvey? Did his internet just go?
Yeah.
We think so. He didn't get. We were talking to him a bunch in the game that we were just in, and then he went silent. And I was like, oh, he's probably just talking to his chat. No, he disconnected and didn't finish.
Oh, weird.
Yeah.
Also, the server's gone all freezy for me.
I see that too. It's on my end.
I see the freezy servers.
Oh,
I thought it
yeah.
was paused.
There we go.
Oh no. Oh, Harvey.
He did
The thing is,
say-
Harvey's not replying to me either, so it's hard for me to make a decision here of whether I'm replacing him or not is the issue.
Oh, I got booted.
Do you think how long do you think we should wait? It's up to you, Scott.
I mean, we're going into the third game now. We can obviously only wait for a certain amount. Like, we can't pause forever, kind of thing is the issue. And obviously, the longer his internet died during MCC, I'm just gonna have to replace him. I think.
Yeah, I think
he's just tweeted saying his internet died.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, who could you even replace him with?
I think I'm gonna get Blushy in.
Okay.
All right, cracked player. Let's go.
Yeah, Blushy is on her way.
Oh, poor Harvey.
Yeah.
Need a cracked player for a cracked player.
Is Blushy great?
Yes.
Blushy's good.
Didn't Blushy win the last one?
Yep.
So we're getting a bit of a boost here, Ludwig.
Well, better than lag internet for Harvey. Yes.
I have a similar issue.
39. I giggled. Sorry, Sip. It's okay.
I think that's everyone.
Me too.
Okay,
Oh, okay,
I always giggle. This is my worst MCC. It's okay.
We have to do some like weird stuff behind the scenes to make it work now that we're like down a player.
Curse a multiple of 7. As every 7th event, we have an issue.
Nice.
Is it really?
Yeah, every 7 events, there's always some tech issues. We don't know.
Oh, we're cursed.
So, guys.
Blushy is on her way and will join when she can. She'll be here in a few minutes. She's just loading up.
All right,
Awesome.
Okay.
Thank you, Scott.
Enjoy. Good luck.
Thank you.
Dude,
I feel bad
why?
for Harvey.
Oh yeah, that's fair. Nothing we can do.
Well, I mostly feel bad because we're about to freaking win Minecraft Championship, and Harvey's not going to be here to carry the crown, and I'm not sharing. I'm just not sharing.
It's fine. It's fine.
I don't know if Blushy knows what she's about to walk into.
I would say walking into the goats, right?
The greatest team to ever grace MCC.
It's like walking onto Barca. Like, good luck, keep up. You know what I mean? Working with a top 40 threat right here.
Dude, you popped off in that last game. I'm so proud that you actually like got
I
to
did
the end.
finish, which I think only 2 people didn't, to be fair, which was just one person who DC'd and Hannah, right? So
Yeah, but you tried the medium difficulty.
yeah, what I messed up on is I didn't realize how much time there was, because I got to the end and I was like, oh, I probably should have done the easy ones at the start, but I wasn't confident that I would have time to get through everything.
Hello, Blushy.
Buddy.
Hello.
So you're here to carry us on your back. I hope you've been doing some strength training.
I was getting ready for Bed Wars, honestly, and I was like, I'll join. Heck.
Time to win MCC.
Again, for the second time in a row.
Oh my goodness, okay. I'm like shaking because I was not ready.
So we've already done Rocket Spleef Rush and Parkour Warrior.
Okay. Okay, perfect. Okay, I think I'm on.
And we popped off in both, apart from Harvey lagged out and didn't finish. So.
Okay. Oh no.
We did pretty decent.
We got this. We got this.
We're only in like 7th place, so it's fine.
Oh, that's easy. That's light work. We got this.
Yeah, and it's like the second one.
I'm Ludwig. It's a pleasure to meet. I don't think we've met before, right?
It's a pleasure to meet everyone. Hello.
It's a pleasure to meet you. Just for a little heads up, my Minecraft experience pretty robust. Been playing since 2011. Certainly a top 40 player at this event. So just hoping to just prove to you that I'm worth a spot on the team.
Oh no, top 40 is all we need.
Well, to be clear, it's out of 41 because there was technically a replacement. So
oh wait, that's true.
Not trying to flex, but technically I'm a little higher ranked than Harvey as it stands.
Poor Harvey.
Oh, I was able to join the server.
Right, you in?
Yeah.
All right.
What does a drum do per se?
You throw it at the chickens and they bounce up in the air on impact, so it gets them off of the spot that there's a load of chickens on.
Chicken. Yes.
Yeah, pretty much.
Pot of slime is a little sticky goo that traps them if they're walking around, right?
Yes. So if we really want to play a game, then we use that and just hope everyone hits the chickens on there. We just put all of our chickens on there and hope everyone just follows suit.
Is Blushy, are you on yet, or do you need a minute?
Yes, I am all good.
All right, sweet.
Cool.
Sweet. Yay! Let's do this.
Oh.
Also, it's great to I was gonna say see you, but I can't actually see you, so it's great to hear from you again.
Oh, I know. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. Okay, we got this. Woo.
We got this. Blushy's cracked.
I say that like I haven't literally. The only time I ever see streamers is at TwitchCon, so I don't know. I guess actually the C thing is probably not the best description there.
Oh my gosh, I was literally like a super fan meeting you. I was like literally a super fan.
Aww.
Even though we've played together and talked multiple times.
Oh, actually, Phil, I was showing off my little keycap that you got me at TwitchCon to my chat earlier.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, I had to like really bend her arm to give me that. Like she was not one to give me it.
She's like, there's a tiny hole in the back. It's not worthy.
Yeah.
You can't even see it. No, it looks great.
I don't sell these ones.
It's my escape key. It's good.
Yeah, literally for like, I want to say like 2 minutes, I just had to keep being like, I really want it. I'll just buy it. I don't care. She's like, but I don't sell them like this because this one's got a tiny little hole, like a defect in it. I was like, I will pay you full price for this one keycap that has a defect on it because it's the only one you have left.
Meanwhile,
I'm just glad we got it.
My TwitchCon interaction with you, Ludwig, is I almost walked up to you because I thought you were Scott.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because you both have, like, you had bleached hair at the time.
Yeah, true. And
I was like, oh,
but then I turn around and I sound like this instead of like a beautiful, sultry accent.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, wrong person.
No, I was like talking to AMZ, and I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna go ask Scott what he's doing for dinner tonight. And then I almost walked up to you, and Amy was like, where are you going? Scott's over there. And I was like,
To be fair, Ludwig is a YouTube streamer now and was in the special VIP Twitch lounge.
Yeah,
so,
yeah. What's up with that, buddy?
We don't gotta talk about where I was. You know what I mean?
Dude, I looked over. I was like, what is Ludwig doing here? Did people? I was like, he's gonna get in trouble if someone spots him.
Crossbow.
I was like, I'm not
just
snitching.
Just there for a little bit, you know, just there to check things out, honestly. Just.
All right.
I like how you place yourself in the middle of like a table almost, just to like camouflage yourself with other content creators.
Guys, whose chicken should I shoot?
What do you guys want to play? I guess is the question.
Everyone seems to want to play Ace Race.
Everyone's going Ace Race.
I don't
let's do Ace Race.
Yeah, it's not bad. I say we do it.
Wow, I just whipped that shot. Anyways.
Just killed the mega chicken.
Like a chocolate bar.
Get Rex.
I have a protein shake, so try that, Blushy.
I do enjoy a good protein shake. I can't lie.
Oh my god, yeah, we're definitely doing Ace Race. So so here's the
What
thing,
map is
Ludwig.
it?
Oh, he's deafened. Never mind. It's a new one. I've not played it. I don't think anyone's
Okay.
played it. It's a new
Oh,
one
that's good.
entirely. So we're all on the same page on this one. We have no idea what's happening. Here it is. Nice big arrows to point where we need to go. Thank you, Nox Crew. Appreciate that one.
For this map?
No, we've not played it. This is a new one.
Oh, for everyone, it's a new one.
Yes. Even
Oh,
playing
I love
ground.
that. I hate when, because sometimes I'm an MCC and it's like one that's on rotation. So like the veterans are like, oh yeah, I know exactly every shortcut.
Yeah,
I'm like a lost little
No,
kitten.
this is actually an advantage for both of us.
Okay, wonderful, excellent, and great.
So do you know the basics of Ace Race, Ludwig, when it comes to like the speed boosts, the jump
Go
pads?
fast.
Got it.
It's called Yeti Set Go. That's so stupid.
I have a general understanding of Ace Race. I've done the Ace Race course in the training pack quite a few times in my day.
Okay. All right. So you know how to
I've
do
like
the boosts and stuff.
Yeah, I have like a 156 right now.
Oh, yeah.
What does that mean?
Just on the training course one, I just have a 156.
He is speed.
I think record right now is 135, so I'm pushing for that. But
We're getting carried by Ludwig, is what I'm hearing. Yeah, just don't forget to open like the elytra. You have to like spam spacebar when you walk through the elytra spots.
Thank you so much, Sleepy No One, for the tier 1.
It does not open automatically.
All right, I'm gonna mute now. And we're gonna play some music chat. Shit. I see. It's 4 laps? Shit. Shit. Oh well. L. It's okay. It's okay. We can do better. Third lap just means that there's time for me to recover. I see what that is. There's a path right there, but I'm not gonna try and take that. Please don't push me aside. Nice stuff. I can do this. Shit. Come on, Sif. Okay. What did I finish in? I finished 29th. That's not bad. That's not bad. I'll take that.
Yeah.
Fine.
Okay. I haven't seen any videos of this map, so I'm surprised I finished.
I saw the video for this map, like, literally, I want to say 5 minutes before the event started, so I'm just, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
My heart was racing. I beat Jack Manifold. That's all I care about.
Nice.
W.
I was in the top 30, which is all that I cared about, to be honest. So.
No, we take that. We take that.
Yeah, I found a skip that nobody was doing, I don't think. I'm gonna have to like check the VODs, but
What'd you get? What'd you get?
7th.
Nice.
I was going pretty quick.
I mean, I'm not complaining. We've literally done all of my worst ones so far in like the first half.
That's good.
What's your best?
Grid Runners was my best game, I think, statistically.
Oh my gosh.
But I also really like BattleBox. But I don't think is BattleBox in this one. I don't think so.
No, I think they took it out. Wait, no, they haven't. It's in this one. It is. It's the old Christmas map from last year.
Ooh.
Which is perfect for people that like to flank. It's kind of insane. I think the last time I played it, I had Sapnap on my team.
Oh my gosh.
I think.
Yeah, didn't you guys win last year?
And all he did was just flank people constantly. Ooh, did I get the second fastest lap?
Ah, we did so good.
Oh my god, I did.
Oh my god, look, we were so close.
Me and Illumina right at the top. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Dude.
Build Mart's not in this, right?
I think it might be. I'm not sure.
Build Mart is always in this competition, and everyone always hates it. I don't know. Those feel like the two realities of life.
I dislike it too.
It's definitely it's definitely a toughie.
I don't hate it. I just think that it can be frustrating because you don't have as much control as just a singular person, as opposed to games like these.
Oh, I got disconnected from the server.
Me too.
Are you joining? Oh, I think it broke.
Yeah, rip server again.
Oh, I thought it was me.
No. Yeah.
Current event standings, the entire server just crashes.
Oh, I guess we have to start over.
Oh no.
Well.
Oh no. Well, never mind. Alright, update from Noxite. Server's gone down. We're looking into it. It's the curse of multiple sevens. Another outage. Looking into it, but don't worry, scores weren't lost. Is he listening to us?
It's actually me, guys. I'm the owner of Nox Crew.
It's me. It was me all along.
It's me.
I knew it. I had a hunch.
Oh, I'm so glad I didn't do crap. Like I had like a vision I was gonna do awful and get like last. Oh,
No, you did great. Phil, you're better at the game than you think you are.
Help.
I'm good at Elytra and that's it. And there's 2 Elytra bits, so like I popped off on those and it carried me up to 7th. That was a lot of fun though. That was definitely more fun than like any other Ace race that I've played in. Like it genuinely felt like, oh yeah, this all works, and I can see where I'm going. So.
I was in last, so.
Who was last? Actually, should we clown on them? I'm kidding.
I have horrible directions, so when I'm not last, I'm like, okay. The direction games are like my worst. Oh wait, I joined the server.
Yep. Server's back up.
Wait, no, I'm not. I accidentally joined the practice server.
Oop.
You're just getting in some quick practice for the next round.
Real quick, if that's all right.
No, one time before Ace Race, I pulled up the video of the Ace Race map and I was watching it while I was playing so I could do the shortcuts.
I mean, did it work?
No.
Okay.
That's okay.
All right, never mind. I was going to be on your side. I was like, genius.
Wait, who do I need to give this to? I don't remember who I'm supposed to give my present to. This is not a good...
If you hold the present, they'll glow. Like the person will glow.
Oh, I see.
Only if you hold the present, though.
She's running away from me. This is not good. This is reminding me of things.
Yoink. Got it. Bruh, how did I get that? Wait, what are the individual scorings right now? Look.
Oh, let's see if I cracked 39th.
Ooh, I'm looking for presents. I'm on the present hunt.
Ooh, I'm 4th. All right.
Okay, version.
Yeah, Phil.
Cool. See how long that lasts.
No, Phil. You have the power of Phil. I don't know. You got this.
The power of Minecraft's in your name. You know, I can't take that with my name on Twitter now. I'm stuck as Phil's of Minecraft forever.
Nice.
I did that as a joke, and then Elon's just like, yeah, you know what? Actually, you can't change it anymore.
Well,
like what? So I'm just stuck as Phil's of Minecraft.
I think Sneak is stuck as the dude. Just the dude.
I remember seeing Sylvie is like stuck as Sylvie is live, but then she's just not, you know, live all the time. So it's just like misleading. Oh no. Right, so what do we want next? What game mode do we want next?
We definitely want to save those ones that give us big coins for later.
Like what? Sorry, you'll have to elaborate for me.
Okay, I think the ones that can get us ahead is exactly what Scion did last time, where they got like 3,000 in Meltdown.
Right.
So like
you want to do Meltdown last, so close.
Yeah, Meltdown or Sands of Time. I think those ones could be pretty good for us.
Okay.
So we'll probably try to save those for later, but you know, it really depends what everybody else is doing too.
Oh, wait, I'm trying to see the games, but I'm not very good at reading, so.
So we've got Meltdown, Grid Runners, Sky Battle,
Ooh,
Snows
Sky
of Time,
could be fun.
and Battle Box.
Actually, all of the upcoming ones are like my favorite. I'm kind of excited.
Yeah, what's funny about Sky Battle though is like a lot of people have been practicing it on MCC Island, but it's a different version. So people keep getting caught off guard because they can't like levy out of situations. They can't like use any like special abilities or anything like that. No, none of the instant health. And we have to like craft a lot of the stuff. So like we have to like craft iron like armor or axes and stuff like that. So it's a little bit slower, and it's gonna like if we're quick, we're just faster than everybody else. We could just pop off in that. I think we can just get to mid and get all the good loot. Just hold it.
Ooh, yeah. What are the games in here? I need to take a little gander.
Battle Box, Meltdown, Grid Runners.
Oh wait, Meltdown is great. I love Meltdown.
Yeah, you feeling confident on Meltdown?
That's the one. It's Valorant, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Kind of, yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah. No, I mean, come on, my jiggle peaks, like, I mean, I'm Radiant Valorant.
Sorry, what were we talking about? I was too busy flirting with AMC.
We are talking about potentially doing Meltdown as like a really good game for us if we need the points.
Okay.
Like closer to the end if we can. So like maybe hold off on it. But if we do like something like Sky Battle, we just have to be faster. I feel like the main problem with Sky Battle for everyone that plays in this tournament now is that everyone's just too hesitant to do anything. And the team that starts doing things is the one that usually wins.
Yeah, and people die more to the wall than they do like other people now.
Yeah. So if we can like get to mid, I mean, I'm talking as if it's the next game. It's not, but just saying if we do it, get to mid, set up a perimeter, maybe even a sky base with the blocks we've got. Oh, Tapple's back. Hello.
Oh my God, it's back.
Tapple, are you able to play?
Probably not because it's very. I think it's a Ethernet thing.
So you're just here to be our cheerleader?
Yeah, I just joined.
How about you be our saboteur? How about you be our saboteur and go into other discords middle of the game and then yell?
Yes,
at
yes. Just make random noises.
I could do that, but it may be my last MCC.
Oh no.
I don't think I'll be in season 3 if I did that.
Get kicked out.
I mean, Tapple, we literally like trolled one time and we were still in here, so.
Go to the other teams and tell them like, hey, I heard this person didn't want to team with you, but that's just me, and then leave.
Wow.
You have to. You have to.
I'm
So
a
toxic.
DC. You guys, good luck, you guys. Okay.
Thanks, Schmidt. We miss you.
I'm giving you all my
miss
energy.
you.
Where you guys? Are you playing a game right now?
No.
Not yet.
Oh, okay. I joined it at a
Here,
good time.
Tapple, you can have my Minecraft yo-yo.
You have a Minecraft yo-yo?
Yeah,
That's
you can.
awesome.
You can have my yo-yo.
Oh, that's awesome, dude. I went to a liquidation center the other day, and there was a $1 Minecraft costume for Halloween. I want to give you that.
$1? Oh, because it's reduced because it's not Halloween anymore. I just realized I was like, oh.
It was also from liquidation, so it's really cheap. Even though I think retail it's $25, but it's actually $1 over there. It was kind of cool.
Harvey, did you purchase it? Please tell me you bought it.
Yes.
Oh my God. Can you take a picture of it real quick? Can you?
You want me to wear this thing and take a picture?
Can you be our cheerleader? And
if your connection gets consistent, I will gladly step out. All right. Like if you're like it's working.
No.
I don't think I'm. I mean, I think you should play the rest of it because I believe in you. Have much more.
Bad. Like I feel bad.
I would rather give my energy to you and you play for me and for the team and for everyone here, than me with my shitty internet. So I'd say you go keep playing, and you take my energy, okay?
I will play for you. I'm changing my Twitch name and everything. I will be Tapple.
Oh,
I just want to see Harvey wearing the Minecraft outfit and then cheerleading for us. That's hilarious.
Pom-poms and everything.
Hey, Harvey, now that you've got the time, you can actually fly over.
I could fly over. That's true.
Yeah, you could come hang out with me.
What is there to do in Vermont, though? Other than, I mean, of course, hang out with you. I'm just thinking like location-wise.
Well, you could also, you could ski. You could hang out with Charlie Slimesicle as well. You could
Charlie's in Vermont, and there's snow. There's snow.
Yeah, you could build
You don't get that. You don't get that in Los Angeles.
We could build a snowman. I have like a good acre or so of land. We can like make a castle. With snow.
No one says the word acre here in LA. Amazing.
But that's like an actual terminology of land measure.
Oh no, that's right. No, that's right. But like,
do people probably just don't own more than one?
people use like single-digit square footage. You know. They don't say acre. They say like 3 feet.
I don't actually know. I think I am like 1.5, which is a lot for being in a suburb.
Why is everyone leaving and joining?
Oh, quickly check the announcements thing.
That's a very important thing.
But don't read it out loud.
I haven't seen that before.
Yeah, but don't read it. Don't read it out loud.
I wonder if I got it. I wonder.
Harvey, what's the status on the cheerleading outfit?
Oh god. My internet just died when I said that sentence.
What happened?
Guys, I think it's dying. I think it's dying again.
No,
I think it's dying.
cheerleader.
No. But the
No.
cheerleader is evaporating. No.
No. There he goes.
Still here.
He will be. Oh, he's back. This is awkward. I was already
I'm
mourning you.
I'm gonna be here until either you start a game, so then you guys can focus, or if my internet dies. So I might like be
it's
in
my birthday in less than a
I'll
week.
just cut off randomly.
Happy birthday,
It's
Dina.
okay.
Thank you so much for the 6
classic,
months.
classic. Every 7 MCC scuffery. If we have someone just cutting out whilst they're talking, that makes it perfect.
Wait, what happened during 21?
I don't know. Scott said every 7 MCC something breaks.
I mean, I remember.
Did you guys log on with the new thingy?
Yes.
Okay,
We're ready.
I do remember
had,
on
like-
21 though, I spilled coffee on my desk and then my computer shut off.
Oh no! Oh no!
That was really funny.
Oh my gosh! The coffee tech.
It's okay. Worse, I've literally had like a can of Coca-Cola like get super like fizzy and like spray directly into my computer before.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh my god. That is
like,
my
right under
nightmare
your
you just
desk?
described.
So my cat, like, he likes to sit on my desk, and he got up on my desk and knocked over this can. This is when I still kept my PC on the floor. And it like twirled around, like spraying, like a sprinkler into my PC.
Oh, we're back again. Internet just died. Came back.
It's stressing me out. I'm just like thinking about it.
Actually, luckily the only thing I had to replace was the power box, so.
That is so lucky.
I know.
Oh my god. The easiest thing to replace. Good lord.
And the cheapest, too.
Yeah, easiest and cheapest thing to replace. Are we all ready?
Good luck.
I think we're ready.
Is it time?
I'm not sure. Everyone's saying they're ready, so I think decision dome in 15 seconds. Yes.
Guys, I was planning to do a bit with Luddy. Because he's like the Smash guy, the
Alright.
Smash Brothers guy.
Yeah.
I was gonna do this bit where I was gonna compare, like, if you didn't know how to like do a certain like, game or something, or if we needed to explain something, I would just say it in like Smash terms, like, oh, it's like Smash. I was gonna say that every single time. It was gonna be so awesome.
So what do we want to do? Sky
That scared
Battle?
the shit out of me. Sorry.
What's
the
the
music just like.
What's the deal?
Yeah, we could do Sky Battle. Yeah.
Oh, we got a
I
mega
got a
chicken.
mega chicken. So
Ooh.
what are we thinking?
Let's see what
do
other
you wanna
people are
play?
choosing
Oh.
first.
Riptail turkeys.
Nobody wants to choose.
Okay.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Grid
need to-
runners would be good.
I think we get grid runners out of here.
Yeah, you want to do it first?
Doing grid runners.
Yeah, or battle box, either one. We gotta get those out.
All right, let's see.
Yeah, guys. Yeah, we support that. Yeah, decisions. Guys.
Yes,
Yeah.
Devo!
Thank you, Harvey. Thank you for the support.
You guys right click those chickens. Yeah. So cool. So cool.
I wonder what it's gonna be. Oh my god.
Oh yes. Okay, right.
All right, I'm ready. I like this game.
Let's do this, guys. I believe.
All right.
So it's just like Smash.
Teamwork's a big thing here.
Just like Super Smash Brothers.
If it is just like Super Smash Brothers, can I be Kirby? I'm just curious.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
I appreciate
Float
it.
around.
I'm Princess Peach.
Great.
Bingo. Bye bye.
You're both playing floaty characters.
Don't worry, guys. I'll just eat a car and just drive us everywhere.
Huge.
I love grid runners.
That's good because we're playing it, and I'm hoping we can do good with this. I reckon we can do really good.
Look,
Wait,
guys.
someone said you're supposed to immediately jump at the start or something, right?
And
Yes.
land on the little red thingies. Those help you stay up.
Do you
Oh
sprint
yeah,
or
yeah.
no?
Yeah, make sure you
I do.
sprint.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Guys,
All right.
Good luck. Good luck. Good luck.
Team
good luck.
Thanks, Harvey,
communication. Here we
I'm
go.
gonna just conveniently disconnect, but from my Ethernet and not because I clicked it.
Aw, I feel so bad.
I feel mad.
Well
We got
done,
no, guys.
Harvey.
No, we got to win for Harvey.
No, we will.
Do you think?
So,
do you
yeah,
think that if we win, that we could still get Scott to send Harvey a coin?
Yes,
like
I
half
will
of a
literally tell
coin?
Scott to send Harvey my coin.
Get it
I'm
like
not
laser
kidding.
cut. Like
Cut it in half.
If he doesn't, then we call him Scrooge. We shame him.
Smart.
So
Threaten
just
him
try
with
and
a
land.
smear campaign on Twitter. The like of which he's never seen.
Oh, Scott's seen some shit on Twitter,
Alright,
Ludwig. Have
here
I
we
got
go.
stories for you? Right, jump.
Oh, I went under the red thing. That was not a good idea.
Well,
No, you're good. You're good. You're good. Let's go, friends.
Shave
Shave
Santa's beard.
Santa. Shave Santa.
Just break the
All
white.
right,
Break the white.
Santa. You don't get to choose, Santa. It's time. It's got
It's
food
no
in it.
longer November.
He's in the mid.
Oh, this is Santa. I'm being silly.
Okay, we got a parkour up there to get the rest of it.
Yeah, yeah. Not
I'll
this
get the
way.
bottom. You guys get the top.
I'm trying.
Come on.
I'm trying to get the top, actually. Oh, no, it's not around this side either.
There we go. Perfect.
Okay, is it this it? Oh, there's literally one way to get up there.
Is there?
Yeah.
Okay, I've got some
Okay,
of
I'm
it.
reaching the side over here.
I think it's all in the localized in the front, right? Actually, a little bit
Right
on the
there?
back, maybe.
Right there in front, right underneath you, Filza.
Got it.
Perfect.
Nice.
Perfect. Let's
Go,
go.
go.
Nice.
How do we get out of here?
This
Hello?
way? Yes.
Oh, what? What?
We gotta like jump here and then there we go.
Nice.
Nice.
Bump, 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 bump.
My apologies.
Okay,
Turn on
light the
lamps, let's go.
lanterns. So someone get down below and focus on the ones down
I'll
there.
go below.
This is a parkour map. This is a parkour map. Parkour tag.
You having trouble there, Phil?
Got that one? Yep. Got it.
Oh, I'm having trouble getting up here on this side.
Oh, I see some over there.
Okay.
Oh, there's a bunch on the left side.
Okay.
Oh man, how am I supposed to get that?
Oh, I see it. Hold on.
Go, Phil.
Where is it? I see one up
no,
here.
Bush has got it. Bush has
Got
got
it,
it.
got
There's
it.
another one here. Another one here.
Okay, I got one there. There's another one. It's right over here. It's right over here. It's up there.
Can you get it?
No, I can't get it. I don't. It's.
Where?
It's up there. It's up there. Behind you, Phil. Behind you, Phil. Behind
Oh, I
you.
see it. Yeah.
Behind
You
you.
got it.
Oh yeah, you reach it up there.
You're
Right there.
right next to it. You're right next to it. There's
Right
one right next to you.
Wait, next to what?
There's one right next to you.
I got one.
I'm down. I'm down.
Oh, it's all right. Never mind.
Oh wait. Oh god.
Wait, where actually is it? Hold on. I was like looking at them and thinking it was like had to be down. Oh no. Oh,
there we go.
okay.
I did it.
Okay.
Let's go.
That broke my brain for a second.
No,
Yeah,
it's
I
okay.
have no idea where things are.
Just
It's like
keep-
because it looked
keep
like it
pretending
was
we're doing
off
good.
through the tinted glass.
Okay, so this
Okay.
one is going to be
Got all the
kitchen.
Ooh, fish
So-
steak, cookie, cook steak, chicken.
Okay.
Mushroom.
And we need stew. I'll make the stew.
Isn't it beetroot stew? Or is it
Is
mushroom
that
stew?
beetroot stew? Is it mushroom? I can make
It's
the mushroom.
Here, take
Okay.
the 2 mushrooms.
Perfect.
There you go.
Okay.
Oh, it's a steak. It's a steak.
Wait, where do we get the fish?
Do we have to fish? There's no way we have to fish.
How do you
How
make
do I get out of here?
a bowl?
Oh,
Freezer.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
Rabbits.
I'm working on the pork chop.
Okay, I found the
It's
fish.
planks. Unlucky.
Is it like in the fridge?
Yeah, it's in the freezer.
You got it. Yeah.
Wait, that's this. Oh, that's not the right fish. What? Okay, maybe.
It's a cod. It's a cod.
Okay.
All right. Cookie.
Okay, we just need the
and
Fish
cookie.
and a cookie. Cookie is wheat.
Okay, I
Cocoa
got the cod.
beans.
It's just wheat and cocoa beans. That's it.
Wheat and cocoa beans? I don't have cocoa beans. Oh, here they are.
Okay. Yeah, you got it.
right
You got it.
there.
You got it.
What are these bushes? Out of my way!
Okay,
Alright, here,
get
I
ready.
believe for
Everyone
you.
get ready to leave.
I'm
Who's
ready
not?
to leave. I'm out the door.
Do 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 do. All right, here we go. Go.
Alright, perfect.
Okay, search the house.
Search the house. We need to
So,
find a
here-
slime block. Yeah, they're all right here. Blue bed.
Okay,
stone
blue
cutter,
bed's gonna be
smoker.
upstairs.
A slime
I got the blue bed. What do we need? A stone cutter and a smoker?
I got the smoker.
Smoker, yes.
I got the smoker. I got the smoker. Stone cutter, blue bed, slime, dropper.
Dropper.
Okay, blue bed.
I got the blue bed. Don't worry.
Oh, lovely.
Stone cutter, a slime block.
I got the slime block.
Okay. Stone cutter.
I'm looking for the dropper. I can't find it. Sorry.
Oh, here's a dropper.
You got it? You got it?
Yep.
Okay,
no,
we need the
dispenser.
slime.
That's
Okay, we just need the stone cutter and the dropper.
The dropper. You passed it? Okay, I was told I passed the dropper.
It's the one that looks like a smiley face, not the one with the ooh.
I got a dispenser. Where's the dropper?
The ooh.
Okay, I gotta do my path again.
Oh, I can find your dispensers.
This is a
Are you sure
this is
it's
a dropper or a dispenser?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm not tripping, am I?
Yeah, now we just need a stone cutter. No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't have a. I can't find the dropper.
Wait. Oh no, that's not it.
You just passed it. Go back. What do you mean?
Is it?
Hold on. What's that?
This is
What?
a dispenser, Sedge.
Oh, it's right here.
Here's stone cutter. I was looking for the dropper.
Okay, go look for. So we still need to
Did we
find
get the bed?
Yes, but we need the
Yeah,
dropper.
yeah,
I got the bed. I got the bed.
We just need the dropper. That's it.
Oh my god.
It's the dropper.
Where is it?
No, we already got the bed, Phil.
I know. I'm looking for the dropper now.
The dropper.
Where is it? It's the
I
one with the smiley face.
I found it.
Nice.
Nice.
It's the one with the happy face, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
Nice.
Nice. Well done. Well done. Well done.
Supposedly best game, man.
Okay. Okay. This
Target.
one we have to like slide on the honey and shoot. Okay. Everyone pick a spot.
Slide.
Okay.
Oh.
Wait,
I just
what?
fell straight down. What?
Should we all be in different spots? Oh.
It helps, but you don't have to.
All right. I will go. Is anyone here?
Oh, I see. It's
See what I mean?
sliding and shooting. That's weird.
Yeah, you guys slide. It's really annoying.
Wait, what?
That
I
one?
need to
Got you?
drop. What
Yeah,
the
just
heck is
you can slide up against the honey if you're not doing that.
Oh, I see. And you go slower.
Yeah.
How did I not hit that? That's crazy. All right. There's one on the left side.
Yeah, there's like one left on my side, on the left, far left. I'm trying to get it now. Oh,
Oh, there's one straight in front of me in the middle. I couldn't grab it. It's like straight in front, towards the left side. A little bit. Down low, down low.
What are we missing?
Okay, I got all the ones on the left.
One at middle, I can't reach it. I'm
Okay,
like
let me see.
missing them.
I'm
Go down the
trying to-
right side, you can see them. Maybe left side. I'll go down the left side.
Left
Oh, I
side's
see it, I see
clear.
it, I
don't
see it.
anything on the left.
Straight under.
Got it. Go, go. Just drop all the way down and head to the middle.
Man.
Where'd that take me?
You know what? At least. Okay, unlock the exit.
Okay.
Huh?
Okay, so we have to do the.
So we have to do the things underneath.
Okay, so
who
someone
wants to take it?
Oh, Phil, you do.
Phil.
I can do this. I can do the jumps.
Tell me when I should move.
Okay, you gotta stay on the
I'm
blocks.
staying on left. Staying on left.
Okay, you stay there, Sniff. I'll open up here.
Okay, wait, I'm coming over here.
You need to move a little further.
Right here. Nice. Stay there.
I need
Sniff.
you guys to go over there.
A little further over.
Let me.
Okay.
Nice shot, Phil.
Nice job, Phil.
Give me a second. All right, go.
It says oh, okay.
Perfect.
Good job.
Copy the sculpture. Okay, so
Okay,
two
so
emeralds.
Oh, the sculpture's inside and we can't see it fully?
Yeah, we can only see like part of it. Right, I'm gonna do.
I have the redstone and lapis.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. So I believe there's two emerald right there. Or wait.
I think it's on the other side.
Find everything.
No, it's the. Wait, do we mirror it or do we?
No, we copy it.
Those. We have redstone as a 4 over here. So we have redstone doing this. And then we have emerald going straight across. Emerald going straight across, and we'll have lapis coming off of that emerald.
Oh.
Okay, wait.
Nice. I think the
All good, all
emerald
good.
cuts in between. Yeah.
So you think the emerald goes here?
Wait. Yeah, I think it goes straight across.
Yeah, straight across.
Like,
then
all
a
the way
lapis
across?
like right here.
All the way?
Yeah.
Yeah, just do it all the way for now.
And then I'll do this.
Perfect.
Let's go.
Oh, really good, really good.
Huge.
Okay,
Bridge the gap.
It sticks and iron.
Oh gosh.
Oh,
I don't know
see.
how to
Okay,
do this type of
right. So we need to have people standing on here as well, so we can place the things down.
Okay.
How do we craft rails again?
Oh,
you
no,
can't
it's
stand for too long though.
Yeah, you can't stand for too long.
Interesting.
Okay, hold on. We need more iron.
Okay, everyone's stuck on this one, so this is a hard one.
I'm getting iron for the rails.
Oh, I see.
Okay. Give me a sec. Do we have any furnaces? We do. Okay, give 2 seconds.
I'll grab some
I have 3 iron.
We need fuel. We need
Grabbing
fuel.
iron.
Do you have any coal? I might have to use some sticks.
There's wood right here. Or not, apparently.
I have iron. I'm smelting with you.
Do you have any more fuel that isn't sticks? Because I need something a bit better than sticks.
Oh, there's a path under. Should I grab these mine carts underground?
Yeah, there's rails in the water.
Oh yeah, actually yes. Grab those.
Yeah, there's
we can't grab
bunch
them.
underwater.
Yeah, you
I
can.
did not see those. Good spot.
Wait, we can't grab those in there.
It's only
Yeah, you can.
letting me
I
pick
got
up
3.
some of them.
Oh, okay.
Maybe not the power ones, like the electric ones. But
Yeah,
oh
the
yeah,
power
the
ones
power
don't
ones we
work.
can't. Okay.
Phil, here.
All right.
So
let's see.
I
So
think
we
you can
do
just spawn a new
this.
cart. I think you can just spawn a new cart, maybe.
Oh my
Okay.
God.
If you
So-
just want a place while I'm. Yeah. Okay, that works. That works. We don't even.
We
need
need
one.
like blocks to get this to go up. I
Do
think.
we? No, I don't
to
think we
get
do.
it up
I
to
think
this
just,
bit.
we just
No,
need
no,
a
no, no, you
power
have to do it like
right? We need a
this.
power rail.
Oh yeah,
You
yeah. Push it back. I'll push it back. It's not
If you
pushing back.
can.
Oh no. Oh no.
Try respawning it. Respawn it.
Oh, 30
Yep.
seconds.
On its way. It's not. It's. Hold on. Hold on. Out the way. Out the way. Nice. Nice. And then.
We know when to
Go.
press
Wait. Do you have any more reels?
me. No,
Okay. We have to like grab them.
I'm staying over here so that this doesn't break.
Okay.
Oh.
Ah, that was tough.
Wow.
That one.
That one, literally.
I
every
never know
team
how
gets
to do
knocked out
rails.
except for the red reindeer.
That icy one. Oh my god. No,
Maybe
it's
Oh,
okay.
yeah, look at that.
Underwater. Maybe that was a strat.
I have no idea.
Wait, did they? Oh, I forgot the update. They can go underwater now.
They can? Are you serious?
Yeah, that's new in 1.19.
Oh.
Go in the water. What do you mean?
We got baited. No, it looked like we were meant to take it all the way across. We could have just like skipped it. We could have skipped like a big chunk, I think.
Oh my god.
You
I think
also
we could have,
maybe
like-
can break the pieces as
Hey, we
it's
got
going
fourth in
slowly.
room 7.
Oh, I could have went this way and then this way and then this way. Maybe that would have worked. Yeah, I think we could have gotten it all the way across without the use of the buttons. These are like checkpoints.
Damn, that was rough.
That was tough.
I didn't know. Yeah, if we knew there were checkpoints too, that would have been helpful.
No,
We're
it's
not
okay,
last
guys.
though. We weren't last.
No, but we're having so much fun, so it's fine.
We did good. We
Kinda
did
like
good.
where my head's at too.
No, trust me. Let's get these games out so we can get those good games in.
Yeah.
What are the good games? What are the good games? Because we're halfway through.
Meltdown.
Ooh, yeah. Meltdown.
True.
Meltdown
We
has a lot of
actually-
opportunity to
Battle
earn
box.
points.
We earned so much money on Meltdown. It's Bezoian level of cash that we would get.
Oh, okay.
Break
You'll get spoke now.
time.
Oh yeah, it's like a 6 minutes break.
Time to drink my cold coffee.
Oh, no presents?
No presents. Wait. Blop, blop, blop.
Yeah, I don't
The
think. I think
present,
it's
the
just
present
a.
is blushy
Oh,
today.
this is the boat one.
Ah! Stop my heart.
Yeah, everyone has to vote. Let's check what it says on Twitter. Hold on.
Yeah, let's see. Let us see.
That's how you're doing McDonald's.
Right. So they haven't posted? They haven't posted it yet.
They just did.
Oh, right, got it.
You control the station of the game with the least votes will be played. Ooh, then I am voting. Okay, everyone's gonna vote Snows of Time. But I want Meltdown.
Yeah, and it's the one with the least votes as well.
So maybe vote Sky Battle or Battle Box.
No, it's well.
Because we so we want meltdown or battle box, really, don't we? Or
So
do we
I
want
think
to
we
like
vote Sky Battle, and then the people vote Snows of Time because no one likes that.
The people.
Fair enough.
The people.
Anything but meltdown, I think. Then.
Okay, Rambu's on our side, so we're good.
Huge.
Nice.
Right. I'll be back in a bit.
Chat, I feel like I should grab like a little snack or something. I don't know. I'm like maybe I need a little snack. I don't know. I'm hungry, but I don't know what to eat. Yeah. Nami Raid, thank you so much. Sorry I haven't been saying thank you to the raids. Excuse me. Sorry I haven't been saying thank you to the raids. I've just been I'm tired, chat. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm very tired. But it's okay. You wanna know why? Because I'm having fun. Snack time? You think it's snack time? I just don't know what I could eat. I don't really have a lot of snacks in my house right now. I got some grapefruit. Oof. I'll go see if I can get some snacks, okay? I'll be right back.
Recap, actually. Shocker. Sea Dog Yu-Gi-Oh. Okay. Joey and PewDiePie came up first. I think the problem with them is they're in Japan. Doug Yu-Gi-Oh. Okay, a different Doug plays Yu-Gi-Oh.
I think it's between Sky Battle and Battle Box, unfortunately.
Oh. I'm just laughing. I don't think that Lud knew that he was not muted.
I was like, what about PewDiePie?
I'm like, what's going why are we assigning them like games? Like what's going on there? I was like, I mean, if this is strategic, I get it. Like
right? Oh my gosh. I was just sitting here, I was like, I'm just gonna listen.
I don't think he knew.
He had no idea. No, he literally did not know.
I'm curious what he was talking about, though. I'm not gonna lie. Like...
Right, me too. I should go sneak on there and see what he's doing. Is Sky Battle winning? I just don't think Sky Battle is gonna be beneficial to us.
I feel like Sky Battle is very much so a team communication game, so we just need to...
We just need to survive, honestly. It's really much like who survives the longest.
Sorry, I got some little snackies, so I'm here. But
I have some popcorn, like, I've been chewing on it. Ludwig is organizing a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament. Alrighty. I'll be like, hey, I like Yu-Gi-Oh. I could
play Magic the Gathering. I don't know.
Alright. I know what it is, but I've never played, so I'd probably be hot garbage.
I just think it's like, imagine just being like, 1 second, guys, I need to stop playing in my Minecraft tournament to schedule my Yu-Gi-Oh tournament.
Exactly. Multitasking.
Dude, meanwhile, I tell people, I'll like tell my IRLs who like know nothing about the streamer world or anything like that. I'll be like, yeah, I've got like a competition tomorrow, and they're like, oh my god, that sounds so serious, and I'm like,
undeafened.
Oh,
there we go. Bello.
Hello.
I think it's Sky Battle or
we're
Battle
in.
Box.
Oh
I
my
don't know
god,
which one.
6 minutes went by so fast.
I know, right?
Right?
Alright, let's do this. Alright, audience. Don't fail us now.
Please don't fail us.
The people! The people!
Please don't fail us, people.
Why does it sound like they're breaking glass?
I really hope they
Just
aren't.
a standard shopping spree at Christmas. Just
American Black Friday.
yeah.
Okay, Battle
Oh,
Box.
okay.
I can do that.
We can do that. We can do that.
I'll roll up the sleeves for that one.
Period. Turn off my FOV, lower my sensitivity, and we're chilling.
Okay. Blushy, do you know about the flank spot on this?
I do not, but please
Okay.
tell me.
Where are you? Come to where I am.
Oh, one second. Let me lower my sense really fast.
Oh, this is a fun one. I like this one.
Where are you at?
I'm over here on the opposite side.
I think
Oh, I see
rushing
you.
is just the greatest strat of all time.
Right. So you see these stairs along here?
Yes.
So what you want to do is you want to go to the right here, but don't go up top. Okay. Go along here. Run along this bit. Then go around where they spawned in, which is right here. And then
Okay.
flank them from their staircase on this
Alright,
side.
sweet.
It's
say
kind of
you-
insane.
I say we flank.
But how do you get there?
So I'll show again. So we
Are you
spawn in
going
on this
across
side,
the
right?
middle? If you
Yeah,
don't
so-
go up the stairs though.
So what? Not all of us are going to flank. It's just going to be one person, and we'll just see how it goes. Like I'll try first, and then Blushy can try. But just to see like where we're at. But we just need one person flanking
So
to
for the
catch them
flank
off
to be
guard.
successful, we need 3 people posted where
Just
engaging in war.
so we can just kind of like see how it goes. Just kind of like shoot them a bunch, maybe push towards mids. But the only way to like get into the main slate area where the wall is to like jump from the middle side, from over here. I don't know if you guys can see me. You okay? Wait, Sniff's distracted.
Did you see what
Oh
I
no!
did?
No, I'm trying to explain the strategy.
Scroll up, you need to look at it.
Sniff!
Alright.
Okay,
What are
I'm
we
gonna
doing here?
flank. I'm gonna
I'm
flank.
gonna get extra
Okay, perfect.
arrows.
I will do the potion of jumping.
Okay.
Okay, that's gonna help you get like into mid because you can't get into mid without like going around the sides. You can't just
Wait, why
run
don't I
into mid.
have an axe to break? Oh, is it? Okay, I see.
Here we go.
Oh, they're all going right?
Yeah, two people running right.
Puns is going up.
Yeah, they're up. They're up. They're gonna flank. I hit a bow shot.
Oh,
Get a bow shot up top.
Oh, there, I got one.
I'm down
Purple.
low.
They're gonna drop
dropping
down soon?
the. You can go up those stairs.
Wait.
They're watching. They're dropping potions. I hit Scott twice. Scott hit 3 times.
You need to get
I'm being
up high.
hit. They're going for me. Purple's
Get up
going for
high,
me.
guys. Get up high. After.
Who's left?
Oh.
Alright. It's fine. Go, Ludwig, go!
That's a
Crit him
hard
out! Kill him!
Are you all dead?
Yeah, we're dead.
Oh, that's not good for me. Okay, all right. Okay, this is a weird map.
Yeah, it's weird. So, like, use this opportunity now whilst you're in spectator to see how they get up to the top. You have to, like, go along the little side parts.
So the strat is to go to the top.
Yeah.
Okay.
Height is key in this.
Oh, okay.
What
Because you
about
can't get
just
into the
rushing
mid from the
center like a
bottom.
madman?
So there's a.
You can only go to the mid if you have the jumping potion.
Yes, either that or you like enter from the side, because in the middle there's like a little spot you can jump, and you can also jump from the ceiling as well.
Do you want the axe or the jump boost, Ludwig?
I love a little jump boost.
All right, I got the axe.
Unless you hate the axe, I'll swap with you.
Maybe.
All right, I'm following you guys.
Let's all go up to right side. They're up top already. They're shooting between.
You threw a damage potion.
I got one.
He died.
Awesome dude. Got awesome dude.
Nice.
False is at the spawn. Yeah, they're at the spawn.
False and spawn by himself.
Blushy, go for the wall. Go for the mid. Go for the mid.
Okay.
Dude, why is my shooting so dog water?
I'm getting crossbow shot. I can't go down there yet. I'm low.
Okay, just relax.
I got.
Oh my god.
False is dead. False is dead.
I died. Oh, I got shot
down.
again.
Winnable. He's tagged for sure.
Nope.
Nice.
Unlucky.
Good effort.
That crossbow is strong.
I know.
Yeah, the crossbow does a lot. We maybe should have just gone center because we just gave him 3 1v1s.
So we can't like chain. We can't do the. We can't cheat like attack center straight away because there's like a cooldown, I think. So you can't just like change it immediately. Can't like rush it.
At the end.
Okay.
H-bomb and the guy spawn because they were kind of split.
Yeah, he was like bowing down Blushy like really well there. So
I think
like
once we get
push.
once we get like a pick, we should honestly just go straight for wool.
That's my thought. I imagine if we have a lead in bodies.
Sounds good.
You can turn over wool real fast, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just need one person. Like one person defends, one person breaks, one person places.
What is the break? Is it axe for breaking the wool?
Pickaxe.
Because it's technically concrete.
Yeah, it's concrete now. It's like a solid block. It used to be wool. That's why we're confusing you.
No. Yeah, I thought it was wool. That's why I was surprised we had concrete.
We're calling it wool. Yeah, we're just so used to calling it that.
Who's playing?
I mean, if we wool rush, I can place pretty quickly. So.
Okay.
Whatever we gotta do.
All right.
Who are we stalling for here?
Sylvie disconnected.
Yeah.
Waiting for them on reconnecting. We're giving them like 2 minutes, I think.
Sure.
This is my fault for not playing Minecraft for like a month.
No, we are killing it.
I think we're doing great.
Well, first I was held hostage in the Misfits HQ for like 2 weeks, and I got sick. Like,
oh goodness.
Yeah, that's
never know.
Hostage is the part I'm concerned about.
Yeah, we glossed over that for a second, didn't we?
Don't worry about it. Toby's there right now. It's his turn in the slammer.
Oh, so there's jail now too. Great.
Yeah. How do you think he got my login credentials? No, it was really awful. They took us to Disney. It was really rough emotionally, you know.
Land?
World.
Or world? Whoa. Yo.
Yeah, I know.
I'm just trying to figure out.
It's really hard.
I feel very confident I can get one with bows if I pick up top.
Okay. Yeah, go for it.
Do you want the extra arrows then?
No, 16's enough, right?
I'll go jump boost.
Yeah, you go jump boost. I can grab the axe. It seems wholly useless.
It's more like pushing them away, really.
Yeah, like if you're both center, then you just push them away, and then you can. But outside of that, it seems.
Yeah.
But I'll grab it because my 16 bows are great.
Okay, sweet.
And then you could sneak center, maybe.
Yeah, no, if I have to, I will.
And I will just try not to die.
Do this.
Yeah,
okay, let's see.
Potion of leaping.
Watch out for Pete and Puffy. They're really, really good.
Okay.
We got this. I'm going up right stairs.
Right.
They're all two of them are going up.
Puppy's hit. I have no sound.
There's 3 left side.
He's hit once. He hit me.
Yep.
Oh, they're up top on our side. They're trying to shoot me.
Puppy
Dodging.
really lit.
I don't know what I was doing there. Sorry, guys.
Puppy dead.
One's gonna drop him. He's up top. He's pushing
close.
you.
Dropping on me.
He's pushing Ludwig.
I'll slow down. Or not Martin. Martin's low. Dead.
Nice, Sniff. Nice. Oh, unlucky.
Going for me. He's down low.
Ludwig, jump in mid. Place the blocks. Just place the blocks and jump in mid.
Oh, I should have done that.
Unlucky.
No.
Oh!
You cracked.
Okay, just get into mid now. Get into mid.
How?
We have blocks.
Go up top.
Totally fine.
No, wait.
Up top.
Wait, I'll shoot.
Yep, you got it.
Yeah.
I think you get like more points by doing it this way.
Yeah, place your wool blocks. Nice!
Oh, I'm so bad.
It's okay. We won anyway.
We still won.
Okay.
Sniff placed a block, so like it was the only block there, and we won anyway.
It's actually
Okay,
blushing.
That was sick, Ludwig. You taking out Pete like that? That was actually really good.
I got three. I felt good that round.
We got 3?
Yeah,
Dude,
yeah.
well
I killed
played.
Puffy, and then I got the final 2.
Nice.
Well played.
Nice job.
All right, I need to pull my weight.
Maybe you are top 40.
I'm telling you, I'm good at shooting the bow. That's about all I can do in this video game.
All right, more of that. Two went right, two went left.
I'll let them stay up. Let their top.
They're rushing.
They damage pot me right in my face, actually. April slow, nice job.
One's dead.
Toby's placing wool in the center.
I have no sound, by the way. Dropping down on you. Dropping down. I'm getting hits. They're low.
Dead.
The other one dropped down, going for me.
Yeah, another one.
Red's a one hit. Nice.
Oh, I'm dead. Another one.
I got a lot of blocks placed. They hit me out.
Nice, just finish him off.
Pebble's down.
Nice, well done.
Nice.
Holy shit. Good job, guys.
Teamwork.
Dude, that just boosted us from like 9 to like 4th. Good job.
Oh, we're crushing.
Well done, guys.
Now,
Well done.
now we have our flow state. We're in flow state.
Yeah. Maybe I'll just drink some more coffee.
Is I think we just are better. We just win.
I think so, guys. The
The key is
strategy
we are
is
just
to
the
be
best.
better.
Yeah. I should swap wooden axe.
All right, where's this?
It's because there's pink presents all over the thing, and we are the pink presents.
How do you access inventory?
E.
Nice. Probably bad time to ask that question, right?
I've been playing Minecraft.
Dude, you killed 3 people without knowing how to access your inventory. I think you're fine, Ludwig. I think you're all right.
Okay, 2 going right.
All right.
Whose side? Mainly staying in spawn.
Hit 1.
Going to left side.
None right. All spawner
up
left.
top.
Hit Scar
Trying to
once.
shoot me. Got a shot off on whoever's up top.
I'm dead. 2 dead.
Nice shot, Bozo. Someone's holding me with a crossbow.
Oh, lit mid.
Shit. Jojo's with the crossbow in the top right.
Yeah, both top together.
Jojo's dropping
dropping on me. Jojo's going for me.
Yeah, Jojo's at
Jojo's
15
low,
hearts.
Down low.
Jojo's at 15.
I'm really weak. Couldn't. Sorry.
No, Jojo's
so
just
like 1 heart.
No, Jojo's good. Jojo's just really good.
No, I had my bow out when I hit them. They had 3 HP. So stupid.
No worries.
No worries at all. But like also just Jojo's really good. Okay. This team is in last, so if we lose to them, I'm gonna be really upset with us.
We'll do
they're
fine.
not in last. They just got moved to 7th. But still, regardless.
Alright, if I talk over you guys, my apologies. This headset's dying, so I can't hear anything.
Do not worry. Right. 2 right.
2 rushing right.
1 straight for you. Sylvie's hit. Backing out of that.
Sylvie's 1 shot.
I got Sylvie.
Nice. Hannah's low.
Hannah's 1
low.
shot.
Dropping down.
I'm getting chased.
Nice. Hannah's dead.
Hannah dead. Nice shot.
You're being chased. Down low. Aimsy's fighting you.
Don't let Amesy kill me. I'll be so sad.
Got her. Got him.
Nice.
Oh, nice. We got everyone.
Nice
All right.
Nice
Good job.
round. Nice round. Back to form. 3 left. Back to form.
Stressful.
Yeah.
Amesy says I tried to make out with you. You didn't let them.
Drop in the question mark and smile.
Are you guys putting blocks in offhand?
So I'm using the crossbow in the offhand just so I can shoot and hit people with the sword.
Sure, makes sense.
But yeah, if that works for you, you can. You just can't place. They won't stay there unless you place it in the mid, so it's like kind of useless.
Okay, Emerald Elves. This is. Oh, Illumina's on this team, so try and focus Illumina first.
Yeah.
He's probably gonna have the crossbow. Illumina's the one with the cape, I think.
Two rushing right.
Lots
Two
of
right,
right
yep.
side. Up top, pushing you. Illumina's pushing you.
Yeah,
Too many.
he's pushing me. Kill me. Kill me. Illumina top.
Two dead.
Staircase, staircase. Pushing me. Nice job. Oh, got me. Unlucky.
No, you got me too.
Winnable, winnable, winnable.
Phil, you're correct.
No, Illumina was there. Oh no!
Crazy. This Illumina person's pretty
he's
good.
too good.
Yeah, Illumina.
He's just too good at the video game.
No, the frustrating thing about Illumina is that he's nice and he's good at the video game. Like, what the? That's just not okay.
Well, honestly, that's kind of a given. If you're mean and good at the video game, that's when you're swag, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Messi, the Ronaldo.
You're the bruiser.
Honestly, doing good. We're in like 5th place. Like what?
Yeah, we're pretty solid.
We're just being a little silly. It's fine.
We can win the last two easy. Last two are easy. This is gonna be our hardest one, then the next one easy. So
I'm just gonna stay back more and try and get more vision because I feel like that's what I keep messing up on. Is that
Alright, sneak and puns are really good, so just be careful of those
Especially
guys.
sneak is really good with the bow.
Yes.
They're Valorant sweats.
Play passive, I guess. Yeah, go passive on this one.
Hit one.
Two right.
Three, I think went right. No, just two.
He's staying back, bowing and spawn. Sneak's bowing and spawn.
Hit sneak once.
Pun's pushing you. Pun's pushing you.
Oh come on! I got hit from behind, I think.
Oh, I got
Pun's got me. Or no, C got me.
Oh, they rushed. They rushed.
Yeah.
Yeah, unlucky. It's a good team. They're a good team.
No, they are a good team. You know, I will
Alright,
not
let's try and
lie.
win the next one.
Toby did say to me when we first started this MCC that we were probably going to get 10th, but it was going to be the funnest 10th place MCC you've ever had.
We're gonna win, don't worry.
Okay, you never know.
To be fair, we'll probably come 9th.
Meltdown is quite the you know, it's quite the table turner.
It really is. Like everything after like game 4 is just like super important. Like the first 4 games are just
Yeah, well, because like I've had MCCs where my team is in first for like the first like 7 games, and then it just goes to shit so quickly. Okay,
oh my god, everyone went right.
All pushing right.
Yeah, I think we don't go right.
They're immediately going to wall.
They're all in mid. They're all in mid.
Got them all off. I got them all off. Got one. Already filled in over the block. Filling it with more blocks. Nice, nice, nice.
Once going around to wall it, just watch the wall.
Oh, wall is already broken with ours. Don't fill, don't fill.
Alright, where are they?
Going me from up top.
Get over here.
Nice, nice.
Don't spam, don't spam. Okay, you got it.
Let's go.
Okay,
Oh, good job.
It worked out, it worked out.
Oh my god.
Not bad. Tied for 5th almost.
I won the last one just for you guys, you know. Really felt
Thanks,
important in my felt important in my heart.
I and jumped in on it. I jumped in on the damage pot I threw.
I did love the rush strat.
That was so fun to watch them try that.
Man, we didn't do bad. I think we could have done better, but I think it was great.
I just want to know,
yeah.
Like, I think they saw Sapphire Santas and then made that Slutty Santas or something, because they were all, like, you know.
Oh my god, they're 3 of the top, or 4 of the top 5.
All of them.
Wow.
All 4 of them made it into top 5.
Damn.
Oh.
That's actually crazy. What? We cooking?
That's cracked.
Oh my god.
Hey guys, we're 9th.
We take that. No, we take that.
We're
not by that
last.
much.
We can go from 9th to probably 5th or 4th easy. We got this.
Yeah. All right, who wants a present?
Oh yeah, the presents.
Okay, bring this to Pearl.
Phil, what do you want for Christmas?
PlayStation 5. I just tried to think of the most generic present.
Anything more realistic there, buddy?
Console.
What about
Are you trying to give a present to me? Is that what's? Wait, where are you?
No, I'm just.
Okay,
I'm
okay.
I'm just joking.
It's like, what? Are you just trying to give me something? Oh, I got a present. The next one.
Phil, I'd give you a Christmas. I would give you a Christmas present if you asked. I don't know what it would be.
Aww.
But.
I'm the worst person to get gifts for because I always say I don't care or like just give me socks.
Socks.
Yeah.
Are you like one of those like people that are like, oh, I need my smart wool socks? Is
smart wool socks?
Do you know what smart wool is? Is that just like a New England like crunchy thing or?
Explain smart wool socks slowly because my brain is.
It's a brand of socks and they're made of wool and they're really hard to get holes in. They're like really
smart.
Tough.
I'm picturing socks that like track your steps.
No. They're just wool socks, and they have silly patterns, and they're very warm.
Aw, they sound cute. I'm wearing some like, well, kind of woolly socks now. The Grinch Christmas socks. So yeah, I'm a fan of just odd socks as well. I'll just wear whatever socks I have. I don't really care if they match.
I'm just being silly.
I'm actually going sockless.
Oh, whoa. Blushy. You might want to put on some socks, otherwise
be careful where you walk.
That's gonna
on camera.
Right? No, people have actually clipped like my feet. On my
Cause the internet, man, Jesus.
If it makes you feel any better, Blushy, I just have this running joke with my chat that I just don't have legs. Because when I stream, nobody sees them. Yeah.
You levitate.
Yeah. Because you can't.
I knew it.
You can't. My stream has never seen my legs. I mean, obviously, like in a Misfits video or something like that, they have, you know. But other than that, no. As far as they know, when I'm in this room, I don't have legs.
You just levitate around. That's like pure technology right there.
It's funny because sometimes I'll get like really dressed up, but like it'll just be my shirt, and then I'll be wearing like PJ pants.
Oh no, I do the same thing.
Don't know about you guys, but I'm just petting the dogs right now.
What?
I gotta make up for Will not being here. Oh, there we go. Ooh, chocolate bar.
Which one's arriving?
Is it gonna be Build Mart? No, it's to get the other side.
Ooh. I kind of want to do to get the other side because there's gonna be Terra Soup Force and it's Christmas themed.
Oh no.
We could definitely do that. Although I could imagine that being a little bit hard for Ludwig.
Oh yes. It's hard for me, and I played in like 5 MCCs.
All right, that's fair. That's fair.
No, but I'm down. I mean, if you want.
Yeah. Well, at this point, we're doing this for fun, so let's do what you want to do, Phil.
Thank you, teammates.
What's the one you want to do?
This one.
To get
the
to
one
the other
with
side.
all the eggs.
Two Gothroys? That one?
Chicken treats.
Two go off?
Why is everyone?
Yeah.
Everyone's voting Meltdown, and they need to
swap.
stop doing that.
Come over to this side, guys. Oh, that's too far.
What does the slime do?
Oh my god. Oh, there's so many chickens in Meltdown. What is that?
Okay.
Meltdown. We rush the doors. We want people to run into us.
Okay.
We gotta trap them in the rooms that are disappearing. We have to get to the doors fast.
Okay.
I tried to kill as many of those chickens as I could.
Me too. I used my drums.
Thank you for your valiant effort. All right, Meltdown. We can pop off on this. I believe in you guys. Carry me, guys. I'm so bad at this.
I love me some Meltdown.
That's
the only
good
thing I'm
because
bad at is
I'm terrible.
collecting gold or melting people or shooting people.
I thought that was what you're good at, though.
Oh no!
Oh my God! Wait, they changed the. Wait, but the melting people you use a bow.
Where is the bow? Why don't I have a bow?
It's a glove.
It's a glove. We throw snowballs.
They reskinned
but
it.
It's the same thing?
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
It's the same thing.
Okay, great.
It works the same, just looks different.
Okay, yeah, let's try to rush that door. If we see gold coins on the way, someone just be like, hey, I got the pickaxe. And I'll be like, cool.
Great.
So you just want to go straight ahead?
Not use pickaxe. I will just follow and be a crack shot.
Okay. That sounds
I
good.
have a pickaxe at the moment.
There's going to be a team to our right, probably, that's going to just rush straight forward.
Yes.
I'll try and hold the door where they could push if you guys want to rush to where the coins are.
Okay.
Okay.
So it's just like
and
straight
then if
ahead
you
of us.
dig in big coins, put your heater down right behind you.
Is it good to just put it down in case?
Oh yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah.
Just a lot of us are holding on to ours.
Can you like pick your heater back up?
Yes.
I think
Yeah, you punch it.
Oh, you can just punch it. Okay, great.
Yeah, just punch it.
But this is Valorant, so you got this, Ludwig, right?
A little bit of Valo. I am immortal in aim.
Oh.
Okay.
So technically platinum by rank, but
I don't remember the last time I played Valorant, so this might be bad for me, guys.
I do, 2 years ago. It was during COVID.
Map and offhand. Chat, I don't need the map because I'm not collecting gold. I'm just shooting. All right, I'm following you.
Yeah.
Usually
Okay,
nobody's
I'm
at
not
the
gonna
start,
lie
right?
though. I'm
We're
not
a
the
bit
best
split up
person
off
to
rip,
follow.
which is kind of weird. I'm following Phil.
Okay, yeah, perfect.
Phil's going to hold the door, I believe.
Yeah, I'm trying to look for where the door is. I'm just trying to hold the door. So it's going to be like straight ahead of us in a second. We're going to like run into people.
Holds the door.
Okay, this is the door right here.
Yeah, and then to the right,
Yeah,
possibly.
you
there's
guys,
probably
you
gonna
guys
be
go
another team.
forward. You guys go forward. I'm going to like hold this.
Are you sure you don't want to?
Okay, they haven't been through here. Just go towards the coins.
Okay.
Okay.
This way, this way, this way, this way. Team, straight ahead, straight to your left. Sniff.
Oh.
You're alone, you're alone, you're
Sniff,
alone.
watch out. I just got frozen. And watch
Got
out.
one?
Pushing you, Sniff. Run.
I'm frozen, but I unfroze you.
No,
oh,
it's
he
okay.
broke my heater. Place your heater if you can, Ludwig.
Ludwig's holding us. Ludwig, I'll let you know if they're pushing you.
I got them all. I got like a
Whole
bunch.
team's frozen. Perfect.
Oh,
Okay, we got them all.
Can we like get? We need to place our heaters down. Place the heater down on the Sniff.
I did. My heater's on Blushy.
You can grab it now.
Thank you for heating me up. I'm very toasty.
Nice.
Good job. Coins. I'm going for the coins. I'm going for the coins. Team to our right. Team to our right.
Yeah. Seen. Collect the coins and let's get ready to back out. Same way we came in. They're coming. They're through.
Oh shit! I accidentally took the pickaxe.
No, the coin. There's a coin left.
I got it.
Okay, nice. Careful, guys. Careful. Go back. The other way.
That ladder's risky.
We have to escape somehow.
Let's go up this ladder.
Oh, I'm frozen.
I think we have to ditch.
Just leave.
We have to leave.
Just leave.
Oh, just go. I like.
See if you can place a heater and run. Place a heater and just run. He's coming up the ladder. They're all coming up the ladder.
Okay, you're good. Get out. Follow us.
I couldn't get out. I was trying to fire at them. Sorry.
Got one?
It's okay.
They're still there. Pete's peeking.
Oh, heck, you got me? Place your heater down. Pushing you.
He's pushing.
Oh,
God, I couldn't menu.
It's okay. We got so many coins from that. Okay. Do not worry.
We got a lot
it's so
of
hard to place a heater.
Yeah,
it is.
It goes in like the worst spot.
I think that ladder was just a bad idea. I know that's.
Yeah.
I think we had
there's no way out.
box and so it was tough because the only way out's with the ladder, right?
Yeah, the only way out. There's 4 exits to that area that we were in. 3 of them are ladders, and they were coming at the spot where there is no ladder, so we had to take one of the ladders.
Yeah.
I think it worked out fine. I think
it's fine though. We got the coins.
Stayed in box and fought, but
we got all of the coins in the mids, so that like really hurts them. They have to get everything in mid now.
Yeah.
Like, the
teams up, so I think we guarantee ourselves top 4 or 5 here.
Yes.
Yeah, we took out that first team, and then we got all the coins in the next room, so that's super important.
Who took us out? Was it Cerulean Candy Canes? Okay,
everyone's Pizza Hut's team.
Yeah, that's Candy Canes.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was good though. That was good. We actually played that pretty well.
That was a good first round.
They're a good team too. So like, the fact that we kept them like stalled and got all of their coins before they did, so it's good. It's good.
No, we got a lot of coins there.
Wait, Blushy, where are you in spectator?
I'm at mid.
How come I can't see you?
You guys see me in spectator?
Wait.
Oh, I can't see you either though.
That's lame.
Wow, nobody's gotten the coins in this mid room yet.
That's lame.
I know, right?
I'm DMing Scott S Major right now. I'm telling him.
No, as you should. Let's make a group chat. Heck. Ooh, they're getting the coins. No, wait,
yeah.
Who is? What team is that? Oh, it's a little snowman. I didn't even realize.
Mr. Snowman.
I think everyone was playing really safe there at the end. Like the coins were just sat there for so long.
I would have just gone in. I'm not gonna.
I would have just ran in. Yeah, I would have caused chaos.
Oh, the meltdown part makes my game lag so much.
All right, that's the team that took us out.
Yeah, and we're still fourth. We're still fourth, despite all that. So, and Ginger Breadman is the one that I think is in first right now. So for them to only have 180 coins is pretty bad for them.
That's a W.
Okay, so are we gonna do? Ooh, are we going right or left this time? I think right is closer, but we're probably gonna run into another team.
All right, run this. Fourth overall, we're doing great.
We're gonna run into like 2 teams either way we go.
I am following you like a hawk.
Okay.
I'm actually thinking we should go left, guys. I think.
I'm on you. Wherever you go, we go.
Got a gut feeling to go this way.
Okay, but keep in mind that the other team's probably gonna be.
Yep, they're gonna be here. Get ready.
Okay.
I'm sure we're together.
You're a little bit ahead of us.
I'm just checking corners.
No, perfect.
You're a lot ahead of us, Phil.
I'm waiting.
We're catching up right now.
Okay, we're the first here for sure.
Run into someone.
But we should check behind us. We need to watch our backs here.
If we keep running, they probably can't catch our backs.
Here,
I'm on the coins right now. I'm on the coins. I'll call the pickaxe.
Yeah, I'm not clicking the pickaxe. I'll check behind us.
Okay.
I'm watching.
I'm checking north of us. Someone's got my bag. It's fine.
When does it unlock? Oh, I'm frozen. Oh. They're green coming in from the top right.
Oh, I got frozen as well. I put down
they're pushing.
Nice. They're
I got one.
hard.
Nice.
They've placed a heater.
Got one. Got another.
They've got 2 heaters. Oh, nice. One more.
I got one.
She's coming. Oh gosh, that was rough. That was my bad.
They unfroze each other.
Where did they come in from?
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know actually.
No, I know where they came in from. I was expecting them to come in from the corner team, but they must have taken out the corner team already. So.
Oh, that makes sense.
I see where they came in from.
Got gapped, kind of. Oh, they got pinched. Or if they clutched us actually.
Yeah.
No worries.
Yeah, the whole time we were sat there, I was like, oh man, this is a really bad spot.
To just be sitting.
But I didn't think we should move to a spot just in case we ran into a team. I was like, oh, we're here now, we might as well hold it.
I see where they came in now. I'm looking.
Yeah.
See, they could have. It's honestly just unlucky because they could have just walked into the area that I was holding, but they just went the wrong way.
Unlucky.
It's okay. We still have fun.
Wonder if right would have been just as bad.
Probably. We kind of did not have the right. We kind of got screwed over with that positioning there, but it's.
Okay, next round, we'll spread out a little bit more if we get to that because we got there so early, but that was kind of like.
No, we did.
So everyone, next time we do that, if we get there again first, just spread out. And I'll just stick with the coin and act as bait if they like spot me first.
I think the little snowman melting is just so cute.
It's just a little guy.
I know.
Look at him.
Out, doing his thing. Green team's out. Waha.
So sad when he melts.
Right.
Like, it's like, oh.
Bring him back. Come on.
Wait, actually, where's one of the snowmen?
They're not gonna get their teammate. Pink team won't. The floor is disappearing. Wait. Go!
Oh my god, he just made it.
Oh my gosh.
The 3 teams in the middle.
Goes for it. I don't see another team in sight paying attention.
Yeah.
They're getting it.
Yeah, they got it. Which is actually pretty good because they're not like really in the lead right now as compared to like teal.
They're losing it. They're losing it.
Man, teal's coming in for a clutch.
Yeah, teal just came behind them. That is crazy. Oh my goodness. Pink's out. Our purple's we're pink. We're pink.
All right, let's try this one more time.
Surely we win this one, right?
Yes.
Surely.
We don't lose 3 times in a row. That's crazy talk.
Okay. Phil, do you want to go
straight ahead?
Straight
and then
ahead.
Take a left.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're definitely gonna run into another team though there.
Yeah. We're gonna run into another team if we take a left as well. Unless you want to take out the team to the left first.
No. I think the direction you have is good.
Scope out the team. There's certain teams I'm down to take down.
Grab this. Grab this.
There's one up here as well, Phil.
Yep.
Way over here. We'll just wait for you. Hang out.
Is this the way we're going?
Yep.
No. Wait, that way. Okay.
This way and then left a bit.
Okay, we were slightly slow.
Team.
Team.
I'm gonna try flanking. Oh, they're all here. They're all here. They all have the same idea.
Back off.
All on me.
We gotta find a new location to fight from. Yeah. Keep going around. This is smart.
They're still looking for you.
Here.
No, we go around. We
gotta keep going.
Following you.
Over here.
I'm going with Blushy.
Yeah, smart.
They know you're coming from that direction now.
It's fine.
Okay.
Watch behind.
They're still on my body. The going around the back, going around the other
Place
side.
the heater down right here.
They're getting shot from another side.
Okay, let's let them fight for a second, then we'll go.
Just check behind you.
How's the fight going?
They recovered.
I got a heater on you. Philza.
Nice. We got to get out of here like immediately.
Yeah.
Back up.
One of them just
back up.
I think.
Let's go.
Which way are we going?
Get to that coin room. Get to that coin room. Everybody leave.
Okay, that was good disengage.
Okay, we'll check behind us though.
Oh, somebody else got
my bad.
No, you're good. No worries.
I'm running out straight through.
We gotta go this way.
Oh, there's a coin right here.
This way. Okay, we gotta go this way. I'm following you. Sorry.
Wait, we're going to Phil?
This way?
Guys, over here.
Yeah, we're coming.
On our way.
Coming. Nice job, guys. Nice job. You played that really well.
Don't say anyone.
We're good for
I'll get this.
Yep. Nice.
I'm gonna get my heater.
Oh, is there someone behind?
No, that was just me shooting. I was just shooting.
Okay.
Okay, let's try and get into mid.
Which way to mid, though?
Yeah.
A lot of teams alive still.
Right here. Right?
You're by yourself.
No, that's a melted room.
Phil?
Yeah.
This way's mid. This way's mid.
That way?
This way.
Team here.
Okay,
yeah,
you by yourself?
Phil, get away from them. We don't have to. We can hold them, but we don't have to fight them.
Yep.
Yeah, this is the door to mid right here. So if we can just hold.
It's not open yet. It's not open. It's open.
It's opened.
Maybe try and get to a safe spot.
Many teams alive still.
We can also hold this right here too. They have to come through.
Yeah, do you want to hold it? Blushy?
Problem is, I think we get pinched if we hold anywhere for too long.
Yeah, somebody will watch out up top for us.
Okay.
We have heaters. Yeah, but be careful. Stay a little hidden up there if you can. I'm holding this.
Here, I'm gonna place a heater right here.
We need those middle coins, so we gotta get a heater down on Philza, and we gotta be like shooting.
Orange team across from us.
Okay.
All right.
I got frozen. To your right. On me. Over there.
I can't place my heater for some reason. Oh, it's
I got mine down.
Right there.
Straight ahead.
Yep. Put the heater down, Ludwig, if you can.
Oh, I'm frozen.
Okay, I can't place.
It's yellow. Just be careful. Nice. Good freeze.
Run, Philza. If you can run.
Yeah, run.
They're pushing you. If you can run. They haven't broke my heater yet. I'm almost done. They're gonna break it. I'm out.
Okay.
They got me again. Oh, heck. Keep running, guys. Me and Stiff are frozen over here. Go for those coins if you can. They're not watching you. Someone's pushing you. Pushing you coins.
I got so many coins.
Nice. Good stuff.
Nice.
We need time. To stay alive. It gives us coins.
The shoot mid. Yeah, you got it. You got a little bit.
They're currently guarding Blushy and I, but
no worries.
We'll let you know when they leave, and you could probably come back up here.
Yeah, Ludwig.
Just spam in that one spot, Ludwig. Huge.
Oh,
yes, nice.
Oh,
nice.
unlucky.
That was still good. That was still good.
That was good. That was good. That was good, guys.
Now we're sixth.
Let's go.
2,000 coins is no scoff.
Ooh, I finished in 10th.
Nice.
Good job.
That is so good. Nice.
Yeah, look at that. We came like third.
Nice.
That was really good. That was really good.
That was really good.
Let's go.
Well done, guys. Well done. That was huge. Good job communicating.
Nice job, guys. I mean, a beautiful balance sometimes.
Dude, Ludwig! Oh my god.
Holy shit.
Ludwig, what the heck?
I told you this is my game. I got one game to my name, and it's Meltdown.
Okay, guys, we went up a placement, so
let's go.
One of two,
we
right?
Can save the time and we win. Save the time.
Yeah, I think we were 9th. Yeah. We're pretty close to. We could probably take 7th or 6th. All right, we got to do
top 30 overall.
I believe in you.
All right, 30 second. We're getting there. We're getting the baby steps.
Yeah.
Come here, Sam. There we go. Boop, 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 boop.
How does Sands of Time's points work? Is it just dispersed amongst the team equally, or is it like who collects the points personally?
I think
you collect points. You get more points like depending on like where you go. So like you can get like a bunch of points from like individually, but it is spread out at the end. So like it's not as like it really is just about finding the different paths that have the vaults. The vaults are huge,
right?
Huge points. Oh my god, why is the person I need to give a present to miles away? Scar, what are you doing?
Literally Scar ran for me too.
Silly Goofy.
What? How do? Sometimes I can't even find them.
If you hold the present, they glow.
Oh, it's just because they're so far. I can't see the glowing.
Yeah.
I'm so tired.
Oh, it's okay, man. We're almost done. Maybe we got like 2 more games to do.
Please stop running.
I need to stop being sick. That's what I can have a nap and some soup. You know.
Brother.
I don't nap.
You can have a nap
that's...
during dodgeball if we don't get into dodgeball.
Oh, thanks.
You're allowed.
Now we get into dodgeball. We're gonna be playing that.
All right.
Okay.
I'll hold you to that.
You know, we're only like 5,000 coins behind. So
now we get that in Sands of Time. Put us in Sands of Time.
What's the most coins that anyone has ever gotten in Sands of Time?
I think 6 or 7K, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh my god.
So imagine that times the 3 times multiplier.
We pull out of the Sands of Time with like 21,000 coins.
That would be so good.
They're really funny.
Oh, that's cool. Me, Tommy, and Tubbo are all like in a row on the leaderboard.
Oh really? Let me see.
I'm 6th, Tommy's 7th, and Tubbo's 8th. That's cool. Purple just being cracked as usual. Aluminum being cracked as usual. It's always like the top 5 is always just the most cracked players. We just expect them to be there all the time. They're so good.
One
so
day.
good at the video game.
One day.
Someday.
It's just so crazy seeing Purple and JoJo up there. They're just so good.
Yeah.
Look, I'm not much of a Minecraft gamer, but I am a make a million your first year of Stardew gamer, so.
I have so many things in my inventory, so.
Use them all.
Right?
Eggnog does nothing.
Yeah, I have so much eggnog.
Okay, what are we voting for?
I think everyone wants Sky Battle? Question mark? What does this drum do? Nothing.
What are we looking for right now?
Sky Battle.
We don't want Sky Battle?
I mean, I think everyone's just going to choose Sky Battle.
Regardless, yeah.
Oh, you know what? Actually, Snows of Time is...
No,
Snows of Time could win.
There's a bunch of big boy chickens, though, in...
Oh, I can't see. Hold on, let me scooch.
Okay, but actually, Sky Battle could be pretty good, because if Ludwig is good with a bow, and that game is mostly, you know...
I'm a little worse at Sky Battle because of the...
Don't say that. Don't say that.
Okay, no. I'm better at Sky Battle in a way, almost.
Yeah. There you
I
go.
think the sky battle is how many angles people can come from.
Yeah, and then Blushy is just good at direction, and I'm good at
Yeah,
being
Blushy,
there.
do you want to take lead on this and just we'll follow you?
Gosh, me.
No pressure.
All right, question: Who's the best at like close
PvP?
combat? Yeah, close combat though. Specifically.
Blushy, definitely.
Okay.
No, that'd be you.
So we'll work on outfitting you guys first with actual armor.
You joined the call, and the first thing you said was, "Sorry guys, I was about to play Bed Wars."
But to be very fair, that's 1.8 though.
Right. Okay.
No, we got this. Okay, I will follow. Me and Filza will take the close fights, and then pretty much we just gotta hold mid because me and Amesy went around off of like time.
Right.
That's how I almost always win when I do.
Ooh.
All right.
All right.
It's gonna be
So
stressful.
I can bridge
short
as well.
rundown of how this game works hypothetically.
It's PvP. We fight each other. We all spawn on our own little island, like here.
We're not looking for anything, right? We're just trying to live as long as possible.
And the border is
But we
slowly
get points
closing
for
in.
killing and living.
Yeah. There's loot. There's chests and there's like iron to craft things with.
Who's
and
yellow
yeah.
team? H-bomb, Cub fan, awesome dude is to our left, and then to our right is Sapphire Santas. Is that right?
Okay, that's a craft
We should
team.
rush them, I think. The Sapphire Santas, no?
No, Sneak is so good. So
you typically don't want to rush at the start anyways.
Aren't they?
No, you don't. No. That's not them. That's a different one.
Okay, so are we going?
I'll get the iron block
You're
behind
gonna bridge
us.
straight forward. Do you want me to get anything from to the side?
Take our crafting table. Take our crafting table.
Okay.
We'll get it from chests probably.
Okay.
We'll see. Can I have those sticks?
Yeah, here you go.
Oh, they're okay. They're doing fine on the left.
Okay.
All right.
I'll
Should
grab this
I
iron
follow
block.
you, center?
Yeah, follow me.
Should we gather this TNT?
I got an iron sword and 2 bows. Oh, I'm getting shot
nice.
at.
Oh.
I might have a whole
Yellow
team
team's kind of closing in on us. We should probably back off on this.
Oh, there goes.
I got. Oh, what happened there?
I got
Did you
shot
kill
off.
someone? Okay. No worries. No worries.
You okay?
Hold aqua team here.
Do we have a bow?
Okay, I have a. Filza, do you have the iron block?
I have iron. I have a little bit of iron. Let's get up top. Let's get up top.
Top those
Go with me.
explode really fast. Okay.
Oh no, Sniff.
I have gold,
Get to
I
us.
have
Get to us.
gold.
Get to us.
You have the crafting table, right, Sniff?
No, I think Phil does. I also have
Oh, I
gold
got it,
if you guys want to craft more
They're
armor.
above us. They're above us. Oh no,
wait.
don't go
okay,
up.
well, that's bad.
Oh no, I'm up.
Yeah, don't go up there.
How do I
Don't go up,
go
don't go
down?
up, don't
How
go
do I
up.
go down?
Four on you.
The question is, can I go down? The answer is no.
I think they don't know you're. Oh, they're trying to shoot you. They're trying to open and shoot you.
Oh
They're
well,
gonna TNT and come in.
I'm literally stuck. So, whoop! Hi, I'm not here.
Only one. It's only one there. It's only one there. It's only Sneak.
Well,
Sneak solo. Sneak solo.
Oh, Sneak! No, don't do this. Sneak!
I'm with you. Sniff, I'm
Sneak's
right behind you,
one
Sniff. Sniff.
That's right.
So good at the video cameras. PvP sweat.
2v1. Well done. One more. Just 2v1. 2v1. You got it.
Nice, Blushy.
Nice.
Okay, Blushy, survive.
You're clear on this level.
Sneak's
Nobody
coming
on
for you.
this level.
Sneak's digging down
Oh,
to you.
big
Oh,
yellow
he stopped.
fighting above you, so stay in this level for sure.
Yeah, stay alive. You're good.
Multiple
There's only
teams
another
above
team
you.
on your level. It's Hannah, Sylvie, Shovel, AMZ.
They're gonna go for me. There's no shot they don't. I gotta.
They are slowly heading towards you, but they don't know what to do. They're looking
No,
up. They're actually not
focused-
looking at you.
Yeah, they're focusing on heading towards mid.
Yeah, you got time. You got
There's a
time.
lot
You
of
got time.
teams fighting up top, and you are the only one who's solo outside of Sneak, so you got time.
Yeah. I think Blushy clutch.
I'm not even concerned about the clutch. I'm more concerned about what they're gonna do after you clutch on them.
Yeah. Okay, just keep in mind that the center is closing in a bit, so it might actually be good.
4 teams fighting above you. Well, you're bridging
Puffy
over. They have eyes on you now.
Yeah, they have
Yeah,
eyes on
so
you.
like, Blushy, you're just gonna have to like survive. Just do your thing.
I don't think they're gonna be focused. I think they're all focused
Honestly,
on each
if you
other
run
right
around
now,
in the
though.
center, you're probably fine because they're all fighting each other.
Yeah, see if you can get like a diamond sword or something. Be a little silly, you know.
Okay.
Yellow's coming in. Yellow's coming in.
Yep.
Yeah, yellow's trying to drop in on you.
Actually,
Two
see
teams
if you
coming
can. Oh gosh.
You got this.
Yellow's
you got
behind
this?
you.
Oh,
Yellow's
two
behind
collapsing
you.
in. 2 collapsing in.
Try and
I
retreat.
got a kill there. I got a
Nice,
kill there.
Try to. Oh.
Oh, yeah, I gotta
Unlucky,
kill this.
unlucky.
Hey, well done, well done, well done.
Still good though.
Oh my
still
gosh.
good.
I still got that kill, so that was good. That was good.
Yeah.
It was a great kill. Revenge too, because he killed one of us.
Right? Oh
Yeah,
my gosh.
Sneaks, too good, man.
All
right.
Oh, there, I didn't realize. So if you stay in the outside right now, you're getting hit by poison.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like the zone, yeah.
Wow, it's so not visual.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's like only red when you're in it. I think it's the
seems
like
this green
combat
person
lag.
strat is genius.
Yes, that is what we should attempt to do.
Although they are all dying from the.
Blushy, can I
Well,
suggest
win,
something?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna wait till we spawn. So maybe you should. What we should do is we should go to the middle island. Just have one person go to the middle island, grab that chest, and actually go up through the snowmen because we're less likely to get shot off there.
You want to rush it?
Well,
I mean, the iron blocks to like just to the right.
yeah, like so.
Okay, I'm on it. I'm on it.
So here, like, and then you guys can come back. And then, okay, Blue's coming, Phil? Blue's here?
Yep. I'm running. I'm running. Oh, Sniff, run.
Nope, he just got me.
I got him.
Oh gosh, okay. Well, should I get over to you?
No, we're fine. I'm fine.
Yep. Careful.
I built you a little bridge if you wanna.
Yellow's coming from behind
come with
us.
me, Ludwig.
Yeah, if you want to
Yellow's
just
coming
them, we leave
Phil,
them.
you could just take the
sprinting.
snowman mid, if you'd like.
Oh, blue team, blue team. I think we're gonna get pinched on.
No, we're chilling right now. They're gonna try to shoot us with the crossbow.
Yeah, blue team is looking at us scrumptiously.
If you guys go up the water to your right, you can connect with Phil.
Okay.
Not
Do
that
you guys
water,
have a
not
crafting table?
Oh, not that water. That's the left.
Okay.
I'm with you, Phil.
Still working on lefts and rights.
Now you're right.
Wait,
Now you're going
with
right.
me
There you
or
go.
there's a team right there? Yeah.
Here.
Oh
what's
shit.
up?
Okay, blue is there
We'll stay together.
actually.
They're pushing us. Pushing us. They are so low.
No, you guys got
they are
this.
so
You guys
low.
got
Gone.
this.
Nice.
Nice.
Okay,
Pushing,
just one more.
pushing.
Just
Pushing you.
Vixella. Nice. It's a 3v1. You guys got this.
Nice.
Okay, and then you have orange directly behind you.
Do we have a crafting table? I need to craft you guys stuff.
I do not have a crafting table, but I have a lot of iron.
Okay.
It's under
down,
us, the
maybe?
crafting table. You want to dig down to it? They're gonna.
Okay, yeah, they're getting ready to jump. Orange is
Okay,
getting
okay.
ready to jump.
They have to push. It's gonna be a 4v3. We can't take that.
Yeah, especially since one of them's purple. Okay, they're getting ready to jump.
Just escape if you can.
Escape, run.
Yeah.
Okay, purple.
Oh, they're right behind us.
Pushing.
They're right
Purple's
behind us.
behind us.
Hit
Can we
one.
dig straight down? Is that a thing?
I don't
They're
think you can
lit,
take
they're
the
lit.
water down.
Oh no, they're not lit.
Purple,
Oh, they're not
purple's
lit.
coming in. They're placing. They're trying.
I landed in lava. I landed in the. I'm lucky.
Oh, it's my lava. Sorry.
Oh, you're good. You're
Ah,
good.
I was like, if I just put lava down here and they run into us, they'll run into lava.
I wish they would spawn you with a damn bow.
Yeah, I know.
They're still on fire.
Well, that's the thing, Ludwig, is in the islands next to the summon, they have bows on the chest typically.
Yeah, I got a chest. I killed.
I
some
had
too, and
so
I got
much
a-
stuff for you
I got a
guys, but we couldn't
crossbow. I just
craft.
hate crossbows.
I know, same.
That's the thing is,
I
I
had
think
like 4 or 5 iron blocks that I couldn't use.
we gotta pick one island to visit and then one to all move on together with.
Mm.
I say we go straight ahead. If we can get mid, there's also diamonds mid.
Oh yeah.
And
Just
if
make
I go
sure-
from the corner, I can build a pretty quick bridge.
Just make sure we like take the crafting table if possible. Oh wait, actually, wait.
There's crafting
there's a-
tables mid too.
The trees! Oh my god, we can just mine the trees. I looked at it and I was like, that's a fake log. No, it's real. Oh, sometimes I hate this texture pack so much.
Yeah.
So you all fought early, right? Then how did that go?
It went well apart from Sniff dying.
Yeah, but
So
that was
I
my
mean,
bad.
like, I think
I
if
killed
we
one.
go as 4, what team was that?
I
it
forget,
Teal
but it
Turkeys?
was
That
Scar
was
on it.
Sapphire Santas, the one
I
that
think
we
I think
fought
rushed
right.
them. I think we should rush them. I think the Sapphire Santas have proven to be not the best at PvP. If we rush them early, we can get dominance on one of those Santa things you're talking about. And then we'll have points and be set up for success.
I think it's just a matter if we spawn next to them again.
I think it's just. Oh, I thought it was the same every time because it's always been the gingerbread man next to us. Or no, it was yellow. Actually, yeah, you're right.
Charles just brought me mac and cheese.
Damn.
Nice. Okay.
Illumina is good at the game.
He is so good. He's cracked.
Tell you what. All right. All right.
It's spicy.
Who is next to us? We have. Is that them to our left? I think it is, right?
That
Those
is.
Sapphires?
That is the Sapphires.
Yeah.
Let's rush them. Let's rush them.
So.
You guys want to rush them?
Yeah.
Yeah. 100%. 100%. 100%.
Okay.
I'm gonna grab some stuff.
We can do it. Where do you guys want to
You
go?
build.
Then you go up the presents, I think.
You go up the presents.
Yeah. There's a water tunnel in the presents.
Okay. Land on the hay. There's an iron sword in here. There's some stuff in this chest.
Oh, there's a bow, Ludwig. Did you get it? In the chest.
I got a bow as well.
Get it in the chest.
Lava in there.
They're going mid. They're already pushed mid.
Let's go, Ludwig. This.
We need this iron block. Did anybody grab
Who's got arrows?
I got a crafting table. Here's a crafting table.
All right.
They're lit.
I'm making I'm making helmets and boots. Here,
You want to just build across?
Hilda,
We've
take
hit him
this
for a lot.
helmet. I'll put on the boots. Blue's holding us, trying to at least. They're solo right in front of us.
Blushy, iron sword on you. Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
We gotta fight.
Behind
We
you,
fight
Blushy.
them. There, look at them. We fight them.
Just dipped.
Yeah, they did. They went under.
Ooh, do we dare fight the perps? I don't think so.
Nah. We can also get if we dig straight down, we can.
Do you guys
make it
need
under.
any food?
Like, we're gonna land on.
Let's do it. Let's
dig.
dig.
Hey, follow me.
I'm on you.
They're crouching. They're over here. They're solo again.
I don't know how to build across.
Yo, I take these arrows though. Free arrows. Got him. Nice. Nice, Philza.
Oh, he's almost dead. Got him.
Nice.
Okay. We go back right here. There's a crafting table right here.
Hold on.
Those diamonds mid would be clutch, but there's people above us, so we can't really go. Also, make sure you eat, Ludwig. You're low.
Yeah. Here, take some food.
Blushy.
I got
iron sword for you.
There's a
you're
crafting
going,
table
you're
right
going,
here
you're
if anyone
going.
needs any. Oh wait, green.
Anybody want an iron
Oh,
sword?
bias.
Sniff, take that. Back up, run. I'm in a web. I got stuck. They threw something at me. Get me out.
Nice. You got Hannah.
Nice, Philza.
Oh my gosh, they're very good.
They're chasing us.
Keep running.
I don't have any arrows left.
You have clear. If you keep going around and wrapping, nobody's ahead of you for the whole
I'm getting
entire
bowed
way.
to death.
Here, take a golden apple. Take a golden
You
apple.
can wrap
Okay.
all the way.
Okay, Blushy here. When we get to safe, there you go.
They're still chasing you.
Close to you.
You can run. You got all the retail room to run. Nobody's ahead of you.
We can just go in a circle if we need to.
Yeah, you're not gonna get pinched.
I have to eat. They're still chasing. Don't turn.
I tend to hit one.
No, you're good.
Okay.
Oh, the border.
Border. We gotta
The
go mid.
border's here.
Border.
The border's here. We have to go mid.
Yeah. If you go across here,
Follow
it's
me.
good because there's another team above that might pinch the team.
Follow
to
me.
your right.
Go.
Nice. Someone directly above you. Heads up. Multiple teams directly above.
I'm sticking with Blush.
Might
Yeah,
just need to burrow in. In a fight. One.
Oh, I got
isolated.
stuck.
Nice.
It's all right. 2v3.
I got one.
That's all right. Yeah, no, great job. Get one more. Oh.
I got one.
Hey, nice
Unlucky.
try. Well played.
Well played.
Let's go. That was good.
Man.
That lasted really long.
Oh, man, we should really do more sky blocking and skyblock. Kidding. We just focused so many people. It was a lot more fun, I think, just going for kills, though. This looks like an absolute mess. This person's gonna die to TNT.
This looks like an absolute mess.
3, 4, 5 people just died in 2 seconds.
Nice.
Insane ending.
All right, not bad.
Whew.
Sands of time.
I think everyone wants Sands of Time too.
But
Wait,
consider this though, to get to the other side.
Oh, I mean, I'm not against that either. I'll vote it for you.
Yeah, no, if you want to play it, Phil, we can vote that.
Oh, that'd be so fun.
Okay.
Well,
I want to do Terrace Soup Falls.
Then I'll vote it for you.
Thanks, guys. It's my
Also,
Christmas present.
If we do get Sands of Time, because I think a lot of people are gonna vote it, who is Sandkeeper?
I can do it.
Probably, yeah, Snip.
I'm not very good at
Ludwig,
running,
maybe?
so.
What's up? For what?
If we get Sands of Time.
Sands of Time,
So
Snip will be Sandkeeper.
Okay. Sure.
I mean, you can do it
feel
if you
fine with
want.
running. No. I don't like the anxiety of it, to be honest.
Okay.
It's so stressful. You're right.
Time management is like my one skill, so
I am not great. I had a mishap last time. Okay.
Oh no.
I was playing and everything was going swimmingly, and you know how you can swim through one block?
Yes.
So I was attempting to do that, but I was too close to the block, and then I didn't make it back with all my coins in time, and I had a lot of coins.
That's really upsetting.
But I realized.
Did you talk about it with your therapist?
I yelled and obscenities and said I was gonna end my life on stream, and then ended stream for it.
Okay, good. Well, I'm glad that you
It's a classic MCC experience. Fine.
Is that what you were asking? Did I answer your question?
Yeah.
Cool, just making sure I got it right.
Why am I getting nothing but eggnog and slime?
I got a few things, but they didn't really do too much. Where's Red? Red, hey. Hey, Red. No, don't run for me. Brother, please.
Amesy keeps calling Sands of Time her baby girl, and I'm very scared what that means.
Period! No, Amesy is very good at Sands of Time.
Oh. Oh no.
Yeah, they popped off one time. I was watching. I was like, oh my gosh.
Whenever I'm not in an MCC, I always manage to sleep through it somehow.
No, I actually was went to a Christmas party yesterday. So me and Zach are headed home, and I like 30 minutes after we get home, it's like, can you sub? And I was like, sure.
Just get in the game quick.
Right? I was like, okay.
At some point, I gotta tell you about the last MCC, but I cannot on stream.
You can't. Oh my gosh. Okay, wait. Yes. Now I'm curious. Stop.
I was just really, I was just like really tired, like
Here, I sent you a friend request because I have to have my like friend request on. You have to give me the tea. I love tea.
I like how you're just gonna be able to hear Blushy's reaction, but I have no idea.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready. I got a lot of stuff in my inventory by the way as well.
I got plenty of eggnog. I've drank all of it. I got slime and the chicken tree. That's about it.
Stop. That is perfect. That is perfect.
Oh, Ludwig's gone.
We just lost Ludwig.
Oh.
Wait.
No.
Oh, he's back. He's back.
Is he back?
Oh, he's back.
Is he in the game? Yeah, he is. Okay.
I think he's still in the game. Yeah, he's still in the game.
Dude, it's that Yu-Gi-Oh tournament matchmaking. It really.
So we're gonna try and vote for to get to the other side, but ideally Sands of Time will be played.
Why would we vote for?
Well, because
I got
really
a dunk.
Play it.
I want to do
Who am I dunking?
Terra Soup Falls.
Who am I dunking?
Dunk. Who wants Sands of Time? Dunk Amesy. I'm sorry, Dunk Amesy.
Oh no!
You have to do it.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
That is evil. That is evil.
No, they're hitting him out.
Chicken. Just lands. Chicken. Just lands. Just lands. Chicken.
Why do people like Sands of Time? Because you can get the most points in it?
Yeah. It's also like where people make the most mistakes, and it's the biggest like game changer match.
Yeah.
Because to get to the other side's pretty straightforward, no?
Yeah,
Yes.
it is. So some people can like do terrible in Sands of Time and drop like 4 or 5 places. It's a real decision maker. That's why people love it.
So it's the dramatics of it, because nobody
Yeah.
enjoys playing it, I think.
No.
There's so many
Maybe
things.
3 teams enjoy it total. Everyone else is just stressed the entire time. All right, here we go.
Last, we have to go for what is it? The vaults. We have to go for the vaults. If it's parkour, do it. We have to.
Okay,
We have
so
no
I feel ready, capable, strong, powerful, and prepared.
Period.
all right. I will just
that
tell
energy
you.
fills me with confidence.
I will tell you guys when I need like you guys to see if remember collect sand while you're going along the path as well, so that you can bring it back to me and drop it off at the door.
All right, let's get game plans. Who's going where and when?
I'm gonna go left. I think.
Isn't there a vault
The
key
tight left
directly
thing?
underneath
Yes.
the thing?
Yeah. Usually, what color?
It's like the blue vault key, right? It's like
I'll go
in the
front
bottom.
right.
Yeah. Where
Front
is?
right, like up the stairs as well?
Do you guys want me to collect it, or do you want me to wait until we actually find the blue vault?
You
You can just get it.
Okay.
Get
You
it,
just
yeah,
get
if
it.
you want.
You'll
I
get
will
sand
go-
down there too.
Middle right through the double doors at the lower level.
Sniff, do you want me to do the puzzle? I like the word puzzle. Unless you want to do it.
Where's the word puzzle?
I don't know. Do we have one here? Because I do enjoy it.
I think it's actually the one that's to the left. It looks like there's pistons there and stuff. I don't know. I'll have a quick look with you and just check.
Yeah, you can double check it. I'm gonna be honest. This is like my second time ever playing Sands of Time, so.
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
Question.
No worries.
When we're done, we're supposed to go through the Nether.
Yes, we'll go through the
Yeah,
portal.
when you want to leave with your points, you go through this bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Before the timer runs out, which is in the mid.
What's the way to leave early? But like you lose 75% or something?
That's the Sphinx. I think it's like across from us. We can't see it, but it's like on the opposite side.
Why would you not just go through the Nether?
In case you're like really time pressed.
Yeah.
I see.
It's also like it's a way to bank your coins essentially. If,
Oh,
like you're not
bank the
sure.
coins. Right.
Yeah.
Okay, that's it. That's the difference.
You don't like leave. You just bank like some of your coins. It's like a guaranteed. Like, oh, if I mess up in this next room, I know I've got those coins banked.
But I think ideally we just go for it. Let's do
it.
We need maximum points.
That's how it works, yeah.
But then we also need to live.
True. We can't die.
Already at 12 points. Bit of a pro.
Any snow? Nope.
I'll waste my time here a little later. There's some snow over here. Sniff, I'm behind you. It's straight ahead.
Okay, I already got a minute of snow. Is this the word puzzle? Okay. I think I found the word puzzle.
Okay, you found the word puzzle?
Mm-hmm.
Feel free to do it.
I'm just gonna wait. I'm gathering all of the snow in the general area first.
So I'm going down the blue vault section. Do you have the blue vault key?
I do. Where are you?
Okay. I'm gonna come back to you. Hold on.
All right. I'm just gonna place a little bit of the
I got like a little bit of sand to give you, so.
That's perfect. Thank you. Is that you?
Right.
Here you go. Trade ya.
Yeah. Go for the silverfish. They're friendly.
Okay, so that's another minute.
Yeah, let us know what the time is and literally yell at us. Like, we need time.
Okay. Like I said, I'm just walking around really quickly.
Can I make this? Yes, I can. Am I done? All right, great. What the hell is this?
Okay, I got an extra 20 seconds on me, but I would appreciate if you guys started bringing back some extra sand.
What is the word puzzle that I'm supposed to do?
It's ideally Sniff will go for that word puzzle. I'm gonna try to bring back. I have a little bit of snow. Not too
Leaving
much
word puzzle, you word puzzle away.
I got 40 seconds on me.
Coming.
50 seconds. And then we already, how many should we have in the time right now? We have about a minute 45.
I think I found the gold vault.
Nice. I think I found the gold vault key.
I'm coming back.
Like I'm a little bit confused on where the blue vault is. I'm like trying to see where it's.
Sand for you.
Thanks. You can just
be right down that staircase. Just went up.
Okay. We're at 2 minutes. I got an extra 30 seconds on me at the moment.
I got a lot of sand coming.
I'm gonna look at the word puzzle. So how exactly does this word puzzle work?
You will figure out it's gonna be 3 words.
Form the words.
I'm gonna help you with
I'll be flattered.
There's a lot of sand mids. I'm gonna help
I found
you.
the green vaults.
Perfect. We need that green ball. It's actually super easy. We just need the key. So just remember where it is.
Got the vault.
It's like I'm just gonna go check on the time.
I have 5 sand for you.
Okay. Where you dropping it?
I'm actually right near you, I think.
What is this?
No, I'm by Ludwig. Ludwig, yeah, don't waste your time on that.
Okay.
Okay, I see you, Blushy. I'm coming.
I'm also
Thanks.
dropping 4 sand here.
Perfect.
Ludwig's right over there.
Okay. I'm gonna go look at the word puzzle, but I'm gonna put in 3 more. Okay, I've got an extra. We've got 3 minutes at least right now.
All right, lovely.
Oh shit! I didn't realize that when I left the.
I'm out of arrows. Where's my sword? I know. I dropped it.
What's a word that starts with M and ends with E?
Mine, moon, or no, mine, probably.
Mine?
Why are there torches on it?
Well, oh, it has to be Christmas, doesn't it? I could probably go get that word puzzle down like 15.
Oh no.
Okay, then do you...
Yeah. Go around the mid at the top. There should be some more sand up there.
Go around the mid at the top?
Our timer's probably running a bit low, so we'll have to...
It's at 60 at the moment, but I'm adding another 6.
Okay, perfect.
Where the hell am I going? I'm lost. I actually can't find the blue vault.
I know.
Oh
Wait,
my
I know.
God.
Oh, the blue vault. No, so I know where the green vault is.
Potion for me. I found red vault.
Where am I going? Down?
Does anyone have red vault key? I found red vault.
Down.
Like where it is.
I think we got no vault keys at the moment.
Okay, that's okay.
Just
okay,
the blue.
no worries.
I can get the gold one. Do we know where the gold vault is?
The pathway. I had the pathway somewhere.
All right, we got about 90 seconds. Bless you, why don't you go do the word puzzle? We got about 90 seconds left.
Where's the word puzzle? I'll follow you.
Oh, it's this way. It's this way.
That way? Okay. I also have sand for you.
Okay, thank you.
So
just drop
take
it.
that. I'll go find it.
Okay, we got about
it's over this way.
a minute 30, and I'm running low on sand.
Perfect.
So.
Is it up top? Is it up top? The word
No,
puzzle?
it's below.
Below? I think I know where it's at.
I found the gold vault. Gold vault.
Okay.
This is the gold vault path, right?
How much time we got?
100%, right?
I might be able to get the key.
I need. We have like a minute and a half right now, and I'm running on low on sand. So if you have any sand,
We do need to get some sand. Oh, here's the word puzzle.
Yeah, if you need gold vault, I definitely found the path for it.
I do have sand to give you. I'm going to try and come back.
Yeah, you gotta come back quick though, because we got about 60 seconds now. We have 1 minute left, and I can't.
Okay.
And I can't find any sand.
I can get to you. I can get to you. I can get to you.
Here, I'm gonna wait here at the entrance.
Definitely a trap. Definitely a trap.
Mine. I don't think that's mine.
Okay. Wow, Phil, thank you.
No worries.
There's some sand that's just not mineable though.
This could be.
Just concrete, probably.
No, that has to be sage. No, it could be SH.
Okay, we got 2 minutes.
Okay, nothing here.
Is it this way?
Chat, what do you think?
It was this way.
Should I just stand?
Do I go for a parkour? That's kind of risky.
No, because
right.
we have like a minute. Well, okay, we have exactly 90 seconds.
Okay. I'm coming back. It's not risk. I have 1 sand.
Rain? You think it's rain? I think it's rain.
I'm still peeking around for
What's our
extra
time?
sand. We have a minute and 10 seconds.
Gotta be a double E here.
Okay.
So you might want to start heading back.
I'm heading back. We got 1 vault.
That's shield. That's shield. Right?
I got 1 sand.
All right, we've got 60 seconds.
Red key. I got the red key. We need sand, guys. We can go for the red vault.
Okay,
I have 1 sand I can bring back.
I'm putting the sand on now. There we go. That's 60 seconds.
Okay.
Did you open up all these side things?
Yeah, I tried to. I think most of them are opened up. But we are running really low.
What's our time
now? We have 45 seconds.
We're gonna have to go through that nether portal, unfortunately.
Okay, I'm adding another 10 seconds.
So 45 still?
I'm not gonna go too
We have
far.
45. Just keep looking around for sand just in case. Okay, get ready. We have 45 seconds now.
Yeah,
Just drop to 30.
Dip, yeah.
30 seconds.
All right, let's just go. Let's just go.
Yeah, everyone come back. Everyone come back now.
That was decent. That was decent.
Yeah. We got
Very little time,
Good?
like
no
15
time. Go
seconds.
through, no
Enter,
time, go
enter.
through.
Nice. There we go.
Nice job, guys.
I got a little bit. I feel like I could have done a little more. But...
Oh yeah. No, it's tough.
Safe
Bills,
was
you
the
did great.
best player. Yeah, we had to be safe. I got that one vault. I could have went for the gold, but it was risky. Like I didn't feel confident.
Yeah, I cleared out the enemies for it, but it was a bit tricky. It seemed to.
It seems like a lot of people found vaults.
Yeah, as long as we got at least one, that puts us ahead of like plenty of people.
Right.
Do you guys think it would like be bad if like once we get to dodgeball I just like go? Because I think I need to take a lie down.
No, go for it. You can just leave. It's fine. Don't worry.
I think it's chill.
Like,
I'm gonna
if
wait
you're not
a little
feeling
bit.
well, totally
but-
fine.
I'm
Also,
waiting a little
hey,
bit.
what do
But...
you mean? Wait, what do you mean? Take a lie down. We're gonna be in dodgeball. All right. Every other team is going to lose.
Okay.
outright.
Okay. Yeah, that's right. Sorry.
You get
My
6,000
bad.
points.
My bad. I forgot about that.
Can't rule it out.
Never.
Wait until we get the final results, guys.
Meanwhile, everyone's still in there.
And I'm still getting more. It would be amazing if so many of them just like died at the end or like ran out of time.
Need some of my magic.
That would be the huge upset.
Even the puzzle was hard. The word puzzle was hard.
I usually just ask chat to figure it out.
It was rain, shield, like rain as in REIGN, shield, and mace.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I was like, okay, yeah.
Oh, what?
Those are words.
Okay, Nox crew. Thanks, guys.
Mace, like
Those
a
are
weapon,
real
or
words.
like pepper spray?
Are they spelled the same? Wait,
I don't know.
MACE, yeah. Ah, yes, revenge. I can throw
Harpy.
tomatoes on you. Oh. As long as they don't fall.
Man,
Now
How
it's
many
like,
points is everyone getting?
I don't
I'll even check.
know. I want to know.
They're
I'm
probably gonna have a
impatient.
lot.
I'm so impatient. I want to know.
I need to know how well we placed. It's probably gonna be 8th. If we're lucky, like 7th or 6th, that'd be sick.
Yeah. I still had a fun MCC, so that's okay.
Yeah,
Right,
you
but
didn't
we
even
still play.
you didn't even know you were gonna do it. You were just like,
No, I
I had no
knew.
idea it was here.
oh yeah, Blushy had no idea. Sorry, yeah.
It's okay. Maybe you're tired, Phil. Maybe
You know what? I might be tired. Sniff.
it's more like I haven't sat on my computer and like played video games in like, you know, a month, but
You've been
just-
walking around, touching grass and being on Twitch channels
and then
IRL,
being sick.
and then also being sick. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's not great.
Which you can thank
Not
Bill
great.
for. I need everyone to know that Bill got me sick.
Oh, dude, another reason to just diss on Bilzo. Easy. Yeah, his fault entirely. Everyone
got me
blame
sick.
Bill. Everyone blame Bill for our placement in MCC.
No, I just know because we were literally at the Airbnb and he's like, yeah, my throat hurts a little bit. And I was like, oh, that's so silly. And then a few days later, my throat started hurting too. And then it just started.
Yeah, that's awful. When you just like feel yourself getting sick
Yeah.
and you can't escape it. You're like, well, this is me for the next 2 weeks, I guess.
This is my fate. Okay, 7th.
Oh, nice, 7th.
7th.
Out of like, yeah, that was okay. Let's see where we
take that, we
finish
take that.
like final placements.
8th. We went up and
Look at us,
you
8.
know.
We take that.
Look, guys. Look.
Wait,
my
how
God,
do we
this-
do? Oh, wait, how do we do
Okay,
overall? Wait, how do we do on that specific challenge, though? 7th. Ooh.
7th, yeah.
You know what?
Not bad, though.
Still,
Not bad. Consistent.
Still,
we only got 1 vault, so.
Yeah.
So we got Emerald and Teal. What are those teams? Ooh, we got
Emerald.
G in there. We got Teal.
Emerald was the Tommy one, no?
Yes, Emerald is Tommy.
And then Teal was Sneak and Puns. Dang, close one too. 500 points.
Yeah, I could see Toby was celebrating in chat.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go lay down and be sick. I hope you guys have
Enjoy.
fun watching Dodgeball.
Feel better soon, man.
Feel better. Feel
a fun
better.
MCC. All right, chat. I'm gonna let you guys go to other people to figure out who wins because I am so tired. Yeah. I hope that you guys have an amazing day, and I will probably